Well, holy crap. I don't even live in LA and I am excited on LA's behalf. If the people of LA are smart, and I don't know if they are, this will determine their level of intelligence. If they vote for Spencer Pratt, LA might be saved. Surprisingly. If they don't, LA might be cooked. Let's just say that. Pure play. Pure play. So look, I love the Pratt man, dude. Spencer Pratt's the man, dude. The more I look up this guy, the more I'm just like, what a stud. What a stud, dude. Like I'm board with the Pratt pack. I'm on board with the Pratt pack, baby. That's what I'm talking about, brother. But no, he's a fascinating candidate, and I really do hope that LA makes a good decision. And I hope they vote him in. I hope he gets the over 50% that he needs. It's LA though, so it might end up in a runoff. We'll see. But today is, I'm gonna call it Spencer Pratt Day. It's unofficially Spencer Pratt Day. The reason I put a question mark is so people realize that it's not actually Spencer Pratt Day. But yeah, it's Spencer Pratt Day for me. Let's go, dude. Here's the thing, man. Karen Bass is such an unpopular incumbent because of how poorly she's run LA. That guys like Spencer Pratt are winning, dude. But we got Annie in the house. What up, Annie? We got everybody, man. We got Annie. We got more people gonna flood in here pretty soon on the chat, which is what we're looking for, brothers. But yeah, no, there's a little bit of political drama also between Trump and Netanyahu. Celebrity moments from to serious Israel headlines. This story is going to show you a few things, man. We're gonna go into a couple things. We're gonna react to a few videos as we typically do. This is what the Michael Garza show is all about, dude. This is what we do, dude. This is what we do. Oh yeah. But we got Annie in the house. Good morning, Annie. We got we're gonna probably be only streaming for about an hour and a half. And then I'll stream a little bit later today, but yeah, I'm excited, dude. This is exciting. Like, I'm stoked. I'm actually pretty pumped right now. My bussy is pumped. My bussy. But yeah, exactly. Let's go Spencer Pratt, dude. I want Spencer Pratt to win so badly. Like, if Spencer Pratt wins, man, I want it to happen, bro. Like, I'm desperate, man. Give me one more second, everybody.
Laugh out loud.
Hey, thank you for the happy poop gifts, Annie. I appreciate it. We just got dude, I'm so happy that the happy poop gift is back, though, dude. I was worried. I was like, dude, did YouTube, malfunction? Did they neglect the happy poop? Did they? That's like my favorite gift on here. Out of all the live stream gifts, the happy poop is my favorite. I can't help myself, okay? I'm a freak. I'm not too much of a freak, though. I'm not like a BDSM kind of guy. I'm not the kind of guy that wants
laugh
to
out loud.
Up, I don't want that. I don't want that in my life. I don't want Oh, Terrence B35. Let's go, Baroni, dude. Thank you for the silver star, man. Dude, Terrence B35 just sent a star 100 in chili.
Laugh out loud.
Dude, he's sending every gift in the book, brother. I love it. Hey, if you guys can, though, happy poop yum yum is my favorite, bro. You know it, dude. That's my favorite gift, dude. Dude, you guys have heard about this whole
laugh out loud
situation, right? It's crazy, man. Yeah, I realized because I walk so much, I could actually get rewarded for that. Oh, no. All right, let's take a look at Trump's explosive call, man.
President Trump telling ABC that a deal with Iran could happen over the next week. The president writing on Truth Social, quote, talks are continuing at a rapid pace with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And President Trump speaking to ABC about getting Israel and Hezbollah to agree to a ceasefire, saying, quote, there was a little glitch today, but I turned that one around very quickly. I spoke with Hezbollah and I said no shooting, and I talked to Bibi and said no shooting, and they both stopped shooting each other. U.S. Ambassador to NATO Matt Whitaker joins me now. We're going to get to the glitch, as President Trump characterizes it, in a second. But I'm trying to view this back and forth, delay, no delay, ceasefire, through the lens of the American person watching right now, drinking their coffee. And it seems like we have a start, we have a stop, we have a start, we have a stop. So what do you want the American public to think when it comes to the constant promise that we're going to have a ceasefire, we're going to end this war, and then just a delay?
That's what it's been pretty much the whole time, just delay after delay after delay. And the delays will continue, it feels like. That's the one part about it, dude. What will Spencer Pratt do besides try to fix it? I think, here's the thing. Los Angeles has been so run into the ground. Like, I've got no real dog in this fight at the end of the day. I just like Spencer Pratt. I don't want to see LA turn to shit. I really don't. It kind of saddens me that all the crap is happening. And honestly, at a level of compassion, you have to take care of the drug problem. You have to take care of the drug problem. It's a real problem, man. It's real. It's real. But no, honestly, like I don't know. That's the way I see it. I could start. Oh my God! Walk into crypto, download the. Oh no! So they have a cryptocurrency called Sweatcoin. I mean, look, crypto is grifto, but if I can earn free crypto and then convert it, I'm actually okay with that. If I can convert it into money, that is. It depends. Yeah, I'll download their stupid Sweatcoin crypto wallet. I'll do it. I'm reluctant to, but I'll do it.
Mostly on the part of Iran.
Well, Todd, it's good to be with you. And what I would say on the Iran-U.S. conflict is, we will defend our interests. Obviously, the president is the negotiator in chief. He has negotiated an agreement that is, that he wants. And he's focused on the final details to make sure that among the most important things that Iran doesn't ever have a nuclear weapon. But, time and leverage are on the United States side. And I don't think that there should be any hurry right now to get the best deal in the interests of the United States and therefore the American people. And President Trump knows exactly what he wants, and he knows that he has everything on his side.
I think Trump has the leverage.
Make sure that he gets it. I mean,
I honestly think that Trump has the true leverage over everything here. I really do. Give me just a second, though, everybody. I'm configuring something real fast. I'm a top G. And everybody. So this sweat coin thing's kind of cool. I mean, I walk so much that it would be kind of cool to actually earn some money. Money, easy money. Okay, and then I'm going to do WeWord, which is kind of cool. WeWord's pretty dope. That's one I actually particularly like. I'm not going to riddle myself with all these. Let's see, WeWord. But yeah, no, here's the thing. I think that with Trump's alleged phone call with Netanyahu or whatever, I think that, first off, I think Netanyahu is a lunatic. I really do. As you all know, I'm not a fan of Israel. I'm just not. I don't want anything bad to happen to Israel. I just don't think we should be that. I don't think we should be aligned with them. And I think a lot of people agree with me. We just shouldn't really be that closely aligned with them, and it kind of scares me a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah, we should be concerned. You know.
A blockade right now in the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran is on their back foot. Their military has been decimated. Their navy's at the bottom of the Gulf, and so there is just so much right now that the United States is holding all the cards,
Right.
and President Trump is going to make sure that if a deal is done, that it is a sustainable deal in the interest of America.
Sustainable is the key phrase there. You also mentioned the word leverage, and I want to highlight some reporting from Axios about a potentially tense conversation between Trump and Netanyahu. Quote, summarizing Trump's remarks to Netanyahu, the U.S. official said, "You're bleeping crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your bleeping. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this." A second source briefed on the call said Trump was, I'm going to say this, pissed. And at one point yelled at Netanyahu, "What the bleep are you doing?" Less on the back and forth between Netanyahu and Trump, because let's face it, they're one of our greatest allies. That relationship is strong. But how can the Trump administration prevent Iran from using the issue of Lebanon and Israel's involvement with Lebanon as leverage against us? How does the Trump administration do that?
Well, obviously, we want the entire region of the Middle East, whether it's Lebanon, whether it is Iran, whether it is, the government in Iraq or Syria.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know if there can really ever be peace in the Middle East. I'm just not feeling it, dude. I'm not feeling it, dog. E.T. says that he's a Scientologist more. Come on, bro. Don't tell me that. Don't be that. Don't do that, brother. Don't be that.
Or anywhere in that region, we want peace to break out across the region. And all of it's related because Hezbollah is a proxy group for Iran. Hamas is a proxy group for Iran. Yep. The Houthis are a proxy group for Iran. And so
he's spitting facts, dude. All of these different factions. And this is why Iran has been the #1 state sponsor of terror for so long. And it saddens me that there's so many dummies who are siding with Iran. Like, I don't understand why anybody would side with Iran at this point. Like, it absolutely makes zero sense to me why anybody would side with Iraq or Iran. Sorry, like that part of it really doesn't make a lick of sense. You know. But hey, that's just me, bro. That's just me, bro. That's just me, dog. But no, check it out. We need something to happen. Something's got to give.
Iran's hand is in all of these conflicts, and they are related. But again, President Trump, is unafraid to talk to anybody at any time and tell him how it should be and how it must be. And that's the thing that the United States, because of his leadership and because of the awesome power of our military.
And Trump's a good leader. I know that people don't want to accept that, and they're just like, "Oh, you're crazy." No, I'm not. I really think he's the man, dude.
We can stand behind those requests, and we aren't afraid, and we're coming from a position of power, and that's where we will always be, and that's where the American people want us. But the situation between Hezbollah and Israel is, again, it's existential for Israel. Ultimately, they have received rockets. You know this, Todd. They have received rockets for years from territory in Lebanon, and they are, I think, once and for all.
I mean, that's wild. That's flipping wild. I'm gonna set a gift goal for you guys. I forgot to set my gift goal here. Hold on. Gonna give you guys a wide berth. Oh.
They are.
Okay, let's keep going.
All trying to root that out. Now, could they go too far? Is that a concern? Maybe. Certainly, if they get all the way to Beirut and start, attacking the capital city of Lebanon. But President Trump understands how it all fits together and is negotiating a comprehensive deal.
No, Trump Daddy gets it. That's the thing. Trump Dog gets it. You know what I mean? He gets it. He understands it. But, whatever.
If the Iranians want to include the Hezbollah issue in that, and it can be negotiated, then I'm sure President Trump will find a way to include that. But again, he holds all the cards, and he's going to decide the deal that is going to be on the table and accepted.
As the U.S. ambassador to NATO, we would be remiss if we did not ask you about this quickly. Right. President Trump reportedly telling Turkey and its president Erdogan that he plans to visit their country for a NATO summit in July. This is a big NATO summit.
That'll be pretty huge. Be big time. I got gummy bears, bro. I'm a gummy bear. A little gummy bear. Gummy worms, I should say. All right, let's put our pants back on.
What would President Trump's presence in Turkey at this summit, Mr. Ambassador, mean for the future of the alliance?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, obviously, President Trump is the key to the alliance and the summit. Last year in The Hague, he was there. We got the 5% commitment, which is historic and wouldn't have happened without President Trump's leadership. Yeah. Now we have the report card. Now we find out what have our allies been doing over the last year and what are their plans in the future. And that includes things not only ramping up spending, but most importantly, acquiring capabilities, tanks, airplanes, air defense systems, counter UAS, all of the armaments and weapons that we need to deter and defend every inch of the alliance. And we also need to continue this project that we have started, which is handing over the conventional defense of the European continent to the Europeans. We're making progress. Is it fast enough? Probably not, but we're going to keep pushing it.
It's got to be faster, man. Look, if you guys think that Donald Trump's the man, and you guys think our boy's on the right track, double tap your screen to like the stream. One more time. If you guys think that Donald Trump's the man, double tap your screen to like the stream. I think Donald Trump's killing it, dude. I think he's kicking butt. But yeah, if you guys think that Trump is winning, if you think that U.S. is winning, look, I want to get a poll here. Double tap your screen to like the stream if you believe the U.S. is winning this war, and soon.
As hard as we can, and President Trump being there in Ankara is very important.
U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Matt Whitaker, as always, a pleasure, sir. Great to see you.
President Trump sees a light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to peace talks with Iran.
So this coming after the president reportedly had a heated conversation with Israel Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu.
Trey Yinks is live in Tel Aviv with the details for us. Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. President Trump indicated that a broader deal with Iran could be closed as early as this week, telling a reporter yesterday, quote, "I think you're talking about over the next week. I still have to get a few more points. As the president works towards a deal with Iran, he was able to de-escalate the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, getting on the phone with both sides. The president said on Truth Social, I had a conversation with Bibi Netanyahu today asking him not to go into a major raid of Beirut, Lebanon. He turned his troops around. Thank you, Bibi. I also had a conversation with representatives of the leaders of Hezbollah, and they agreed to stop shooting at Israel and its soldiers. Likewise, Israel agreed to stop shooting at them. Let's see how long that lasts. Hopefully it will be for eternity. Axios reports the call between Trump and Netanyahu was tense, saying in a piece posted yesterday, quote, summarizing Trump's remarks to Netanyahu, the U.S. official said, you're effing crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your A. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this. A second source briefed on the call said Trump was pissed and at one point yelled
he's
at
not
Netanyahu,
necessarily
what
wrong.
the F are you doing? At this moment, Israeli troops remain in southern Lebanon, and overnight there were a few sirens in northern Israel from Hezbollah rocket and drone attacks, as well as a small number of Israeli strikes in Lebanon. The Iranians are watching closely the unfolding exchange of fire and words, with Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson saying this.
An obvious reason for the escalation and the atrocities by the Zionist regime over recent days in Lebanon is to destroy even the slightest possibility for the ongoing diplomatic process to lead to improvements in the situation. And again, the U.S. is responsible for this. We can't consider the U.S. and the Zionist regime as two separate agents.
The Iranians have a lot to say.
Come
the
on,
reality
man.
is their economy is suffering due to the...
We can't win. We can't negotiate. We can't negotiate. It's too far gone. We can't negotiate with Iran. So what we need to do, finish the job. Finish the frickin' job, bro. Finish the job.
The ongoing U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports. Guys?
It's kind of ironic. How do you view it, Trey? It looks like Hezbollah, when their war started, they're the ones who started launching rockets in Israel. And the only reason Israel's in Lebanon is so they could get into the northern part of their country, because that's where Hezbollah was lobbing rockets into their country. If there were no rockets coming from Lebanon, Israel would be perfectly happy to let Lebanon live in peace. Don't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, Hezbollah has been launching rockets and drones into Israel since October 8th of 2023, when they followed Hamas's attack into this country. The reality is that both Israel and Lebanon want to get rid of Hezbollah, but there is a pathway to do so, and the Trump administration has been working on a diplomatic solution. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, behind the scenes, has been trying to get both Israel and Lebanon at the table in Washington multiple times
But
to
can
come
they?
up with a framework of a normalization between the two countries that has the same goal: to disarm this Iranian proxy that exists in southern Lebanon and in the southern part of the Lebanese capital of Beirut. President Trump wants a broader framework agreed to across the region that would...
When I say finish the job, I'm saying, dude, just be done with it. Get rid of the Iranian regime completely. It's possible to get rid of the Iranian regime completely. It really is. People don't realize this, but it is. It's super duper possible. Trump's the man. That's all I gotta say. Trump is the man, okay? Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Trump is the man, dude. And he's gonna make the Iranian regime pay, essentially. Yeah. That's what's gonna happen, man. Just you wait and see.
Would de-escalate the rising tension that continues to take place. And the reality is the Israelis and the Americans have a common goal, but the way to get there is a bit different. And so the days ahead will be quite tense to see what happens in Lebanon. We understand that Hezbollah wants to continue to de-escalate because they understand they're getting boxed out of these possible peace talks and the possibility of a broader deal. But President Trump has been very clear. He'd like to see Lebanon join the Abraham Accords. He sees the region as having an opportunity for peace and prosperity ahead. And given the fact that he hit the Iranian regime so hard during Operation Epic Fury, there's an understanding that the groundwork may have been laid to do just that.
Yeah, Trey, do you think, and look, the fight happened between Benjamin Netanyahu and the president. but they've had these, back and forths for a while, but it doesn't mean that their relationship is broken. This happened one.
I think that look, Iran and Israel are both terrible in my opinion. Iran and Israel are both god-awful, dude.
One
Terrible.
time during the negotiations, when it came to getting the hostages back, it happened right before the operation of Midnight Hammer. So they have these back and forth, but that doesn't mean that their relationship is broken by any stretch of the, right?
Yeah, and look, President Trump is a deal maker here, and when you're making a deal, sometimes you have to give concessions and make tough decisions. And ultimately, what the president is trying to do, primarily, is reach a deal with the Iranian regime to ensure that those in Tehran never obtain a nuclear weapon that could threaten U.S. allies like Israel or U.S. forces across the region. What's interesting as it relates to Lebanon and the back and forth that we've heard here, 2 years ago, had you had a situation where people were reporting that the Lebanese leadership wanted to create normalized ties with Israel and ultimately disarm Hezbollah, people in the region would have laughed. What President Trump has been able to do here is put pressure on the Lebanese government to tell them no more. You can no longer support this Shia militia group in the southern part of Beirut, and you cannot allow them to operate freely.
TJ is saying this argument was leaked because too many supporters were saying Trump caved to Israel. He needed the message that America's first. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. And by the way, just to let you know, I think for the most part, Trump does put America first. And I think he's getting sick and tired of Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu. I think he's getting tired of all of it. And Netanyahu's not making it easy for them to come to some sort of peace deal. It's very tough. And I don't think, like I said, I don't think Netanyahu's making this easy. He's not making it easy for Trump, dude. And I am pissed that we ally with Israel. I really am. I'm not a fan of it. Look, if we're ally, I mean, I guess it's better than making enemies with them, but I think we're a little too close, if you understand what I'm saying, with Israel. We got to stop being too close to them.
In the southern part of your country. And either you're going to send your forces in to ensure they're not launching rockets at Israel, or ultimately the Israelis will conduct a ground operation like we are seeing right now into southern Lebanon and do it themselves. And so what the president is doing here is trying to get a peace deal on the table between the Israeli government and the Lebanese government that ultimately is going to box out Hezbollah. And to do so, there are going to be difficult conversations, and this is not totally unexpected, but the reality is whether it is on the ground in Lebanon.
Larson Christopher says, you see the Antifa showdown where they attacked police horses last night? Tim Pool showed it earlier. I think it was in... Dude, I hate Antifa with a passion. Antifa is... Dude, I am so sick of Antifa. Hold on. I am so sick of Antifa. Those animal abusing assholes. I'm going to look this up. I'm going to get pissed if I look at this, but I'm going to look Antifa, New Jersey. Let's see what the fuck's going on here. I am so sick of the woke left. The woke left needs to be stopped. They're just a bunch of fucking babies. I am... Freaking soy boys, dude. I don't know. I don't think I want to watch it. I don't like animal abuse. And of course, Antifa of all the freaking groups would do that. Fitness Game says, I just subscribed, but your mod just deleted my last comment. I don't have any moderators on this channel, Fitness Game, so I don't know how I could have deleted your comment. The only way your comment could have got deleted was because YouTube actually has a default auto moderation system, where if they deem a comment too racy or something like that, that it will automatically get rid of that comment. So just remember, just want to let you know, I don't delete comments. I don't have moderators. The only moderator I have is Nightbot, but Nightbot doesn't do anything. Nightbot leaves everybody alone. All right? I just want to make that clear.
Lebanon, in Gaza, or even with the Iranian regime, President Trump wants peace here. And ultimately, that is going to require a lot of difficult decisions in this region. Guys?
All right. Thank you, Trey. This is why our elections are so important. We have a president who is strong and will prevent sleeper cells in our country, who will close our border. If you have an open border, we could end up like Lebanon one day, where we have terrorist occupied groups here in our country. So if they...
That's a scary prospect. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Oh, okay, yeah. I got to make sure it's all comments. Right. Fitness Game says finally better content. Yeah, anyway, I don't really care. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Brother. It's all right, Larson. You're good.
They were able to root out Hezbollah, that would be amazing if Lebanon were able to do that. The reason it's important for us, you might say this is happening in Lebanon, this is happening in Israel. Why is this important to America? It's important because President Trump got on that phone call with the Hezbollah leaders and with Netanyahu to make sure that a deal can be done. Iran is saying if Hezbollah and if Iran is saying if Israel doesn't stop attacking Hezbollah, then we won't do a deal with America. So it all goes
a deal. Look, a deal needs to get done, man. Netanyahu has to stop making things harder for everybody. He does.
At hand, and we have to be allies with Benjamin Netanyahu. We care about Israel. But it seems so far for us, but it does matter to America. And we don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon.
Well, I don't, just to be clear, I don't really care. I don't care about the big I. I don't care about Benjamin Netanyahu either. It's blowing my mind, man. Blowing my mind.
The other thing is, it's all Hezbollah's fault. I mean, they're a terrorist organization,
through and through.
like a cancer growing in Lebanon, who lives to destroy Israel, and they are the gold standard of terror organizations.
Right.
So they're the ones who started it, and when they get hit back.
My boy ET says, "Bro, chill. Ben paid for this stream." It's funny.
Their parent
ET, I love
company,
you, bro.
Iran, gets upset by it. It looks like we have blown up, you know those small little boats in Mosquito Navy? Looks like we knocked out at least 40 of them, underreported. The other thing is we hit Qasem Island, where recent strikes came from. So there's a low-level war going on right now. They sent rockets over to Kuwait, which we knocked out of the sky yesterday. They're not aimed at Kuwait. They're aimed at us.
Doesn't seem much like a ceasefire.
In just a few hours.
Yeah, I think we need to stop negotiating with Iran, though. We need to stop. It's just not going to work. Iran's just going to keep stalling for time, delaying the inevitable. Trump, just finish the job, dude. Finish the freaking job, dude. Just finish it, dude. Get it done. Get it done, bro. Oh, my God. I love Trump, but he can be really frustrating sometimes. Like, he can be. He really can be. All right, let's take a look-see here.
Our Secretary of State Marco Rubio will testify on Capitol Hill for the first time since the Iranian war began. As President Trump says, a deal with the regime could come within this week or next. Our next guest is a former Iran policy advisor to the Biden administration, Trump administration, President Obama, and Bush administrations. Mark Dubowitz joins us now. Mark, your thoughts about where we're at right now as...
Whoa, did that guy just say I got an undefined jawline? Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at that. That's a jawline right there, baby. Look at that. Did you just say I got no jawline, dude? City, screw you, bro. Screw you, City. I got a jawline. I'm a rapper.
We have the Iranian president quit because he's being ignored. So if you're President Trump, who are we talking to?
Yeah, Brian, that's the problem. I mean, the truth is it's these...
I don't think that Trump's talking to anybody at this point. At least nobody worth a salt, you know? I think whoever Trump is talking to, I just don't think they matter. I think it's pointless, dude. Stop negotiating with Iran. They're not going to listen to anything we say. They're not going to do anything in the deal. Iran has proven to be shitty.
Islamic Revolutionary Guards who control Iran today and not Iran's president. And where we are is we're 2 months into a ceasefire where we're negotiating with this IRGC, this hardline leadership in Tehran. And right now, I fear that they may be trying to get the upper hand on us by stretching out these negotiations. Instead, I think President Trump should do what he has done so far, which is create enormous...
You can't trust Iran. That's all you need to know.
Enormous leverage is the most...
If you guys do not trust Iran, double tap your screen to like the stream. If you do not trust Iran, double tap your screen to like the stream. I know I don't trust Iran at all. All right?
Successful president in taking on Iran, and I think he should convert that leverage into some real wins for the American people.
All right, so here are his demands, and we can take a look at the big picture as I give you the bullet points. Iran must agree to have no nukes,
BPD,
unearth the
dude.
nuclear dust, Strait of Hormuz immediately open, no tolls.
BPD
Iran will
says,
remove and/or
yeah, I
detonate
don't think
all
a deal is
sea mines.
possible
Problem is
with
they don't even know where
IRGC.
they put
Same.
them. So well.
Hold on. Let me see what Mr. Kilmeade's saying here. Hold on.
So if you're President Trump, who are we talking to?
Yeah, Brian, that's the problem. That I think President Trump should do what he has done so far.
Nuclear dust, Strait of Hormuz immediately open, no tolls. Iran will remove and/or detonate all sea mines. Problem is they don't even know where they put them, so we'll help them out with that. But in turn, they want their funds unfrozen. They want the strait open. They want to charge tolls, and they want They want the U.S. off our bases in the region. Almost all of this is non-starters outside us.
Well, Mr. Bob, I'm glad you're sneaking in a few watch hours on this. I love you, bro. I love you, bro.
It's moving the blockade, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Brian. I mean, listen, they're engaged right now in a combination of nuclear extortion and Hormuz extortion, and they're trying to extract massive concessions from President Trump, and he's not going to give it to them. I mean, he's not going to release tens of billions of dollars to rescue this brutal regime that's been killing and maiming Americans for 47 years. So I think President Trump is going to have to face a fork in the road pretty soon, that he's dealing with a regime that believes it has all the leverage over the United States, that believes it's beating the United States, and certainly TikTok is helping push those narratives to the American people, particularly the young people. But the reality is this regime has suffered its most...
Bob says, small wiener gang, small wiener gang, small wiener gang. We're a part of the small wiener gang. Hell yeah. Thank you, Bob. I love you, brony. We love Bob on this channel. Thank you, bro.
Severe loss in 47 years, and President Trump has the leverage.
And I know that Secretary of State Marco Rubio knows this, but we have 13,000 plus strikes on their key locations. That's 8,000. Add to that 8,000 other strikes by the Israelis. We've done irreparable damage in many cases to their arsenal, as well as to individual assassination of their leaders. But yet they say they're losing patience. They warned we're losing patience with the U.S. blockade. So what's going to give? Our strategic oil reserves being drained, or them being unable to move their oil and having to cap the wells? Who has got longer to wait?
Well, we're certainly in an economic game of chicken. I mean, we were doing devastating damage to their economy, as you alluded to. But they were putting some significant pressure on the global economy. I think President Trump, in this economic game of chicken, decided to call off the game of chicken and see if he can negotiate an opening of Hormuz. The problem, of course, is that the Iranians believe that they will always control Hormuz, and they will always try to inflict economic pain on us and demand economic extortion. President Trump.
Yeah, no, we're not buying that, dude. We're not doing that, dude. Screw Iran. To hell with Iran. I'm just so, they have death to America on their currency. Well, you know what I say? I say to hell with Iran. To hell with Iran. If you're going to have death to America, you guys always chant death to America. Well, I'm going to chant Iran, go to hell. Go straight to fucking hell. Allegedly.
Trump's got to reject that.
We are evidently escorting ships through there now, quietly, and we're all blowing up the little Boston whaler boats, the Mosquito Navy, quietly, about 40 plus over the last couple of weeks. So we're doing some progress, but yet they're lobbing missiles into our bases. How much of the fact that we're in pause right now has to do with the Gulf states not wanting us to go back outside the UAE?
Almost everything. I mean, the Saudis, the Qataris, not the Emiratis, as you point out, put immense pressure on President Trump just recently not to go back to major military operations. The Saudis also closed off their airspace to us, and as a result, we couldn't run what was called Project Freedom, where the U.S. Navy was escorting tankers through the strait. We got to get back to Project Freedom. We got to tell the Saudis, without us, the Iranians are going to smoke you, and we want your airspace, and we're going to actually return back to escorting these tankers. We got to do this. We got to win the Battle of Hormuz militarily. We cannot fall into an Iranian extortion racket where they constantly hold Hormuz over our head and blackmail us for years to come.
Mark, I sense as soon as the quicker.
And that's the thing, man. There should be no reason. We need to stop allowing Iran to control anything. Iran has no right to control anything. They don't. Because they're terrible. Okay, so it's Spencer Pratt Day. And since it's Spencer Pratt Day, we're going to see if he fully wins. I hope Spencer Pratt wins, dude. Let's see what CBS News is saying.
Multiple states across the country are holding primary elections today. Perhaps you're in one of them. This includes Montana, New Mexico, South Dakota, Iowa, and New Jersey. Also, California.
Hey, guys, double tap your screen if you want Spencer Pratt to win, dude. Double tap your screen if you want Spencer Pratt to win it all. I hope he wins it today, bro. Probably might have to go to a runoff, unfortunately, but I think Karen Bass is extremely unpopular. I don't think a lot of people like her, man.
Yeah, where voters are casting ballots in a series of competitive and expensive open primary elections. CBS News political director Finn Gomez is here to discuss all of this with us, also joining us from our DC bureau. Good morning, Finn. Let's start with the race for LA mayor. It seems to be one of the races attracting the most attention. How's it shaping up? Who's expected to win?
Arrow, happy election day. Yes, Los Angeles is holding its mayor's race today. And one of the candidates turning heads, a lot of heads, of course, is Spencer Pratt. Yes, the former reality TV star, reality TV villain, turned outsider candidate, is running as an anti-establishment candidate that has gained momentum over the last month. We've seen that his rise in recent polls. But can he beat the incumbent Democratic Mayor Karen Bass in this very blue city?
I think he can. I really do. I think he's made so many headwaves. He's gotten so much good attention. And honestly, Karen Bass does look like the villain in all these scenarios. And I think Los Angeles are low-key pissed off at Karen Bass and that they want her out of office. And they're like, you know what? Here's the difference. Spencer Pratt played a reality TV show villain. Karen Bassul plays, in my opinion, a real-life villain. That's what I believe. Annie's asking, maybe we can get a frosted stream when Garza hits 11,000. That may be possible. I think, yeah, if we get to 11,000, I don't see why not. Bob is asking, did we ever get the tutu stream? Sorry, Bob. We never did the tutu stream. I'm sorry, brony. I love you, my pink brony bro. We never did it, though. We never did the tutu stream. I betrayed all your guys' trust. I betrayed you. I betrayed all of you. Will you guys ever... Will you ever forgive me? Just kidding. All right, let's keep going.
City, that's the question. Here's what he had to say to our own Adam Yamaguchi.
Oh, I know. Annie is adamant about the tutu. Annie is adamant about the freaking tutu. I appreciate the what's the term? The persistence. I appreciate the persistence completely.
Earlier this spring.
I'm confident I'm probably going to win with 51% on June 2nd because I don't do a political message. I don't do national politics. I don't do tribal politics. I don't talk about other states. I'm localized.
Larson Christopher says, you wouldn't betray us if you were gay. Why are you gay? E.T. thinks I wear a tutu to bed, and he may be right, unfortunately.
I just want to fix our streets, get the lights on. I want people to feel safe. My message isn't political. It's common sense.
It is. It is common sense, exactly.
We've really seen that outside.
And look, he doesn't have like some grandiose political message. He's not over-promising anything. He's noticing a problem and saying, look, I want to fix this. I want to get in here. I want to fix this. I think the more we address it, the more we talk about it, the more we can do about it, right? The problem is Karen Basul and Nithya Raman, I think they sweep all these things under the rug. It's the Democrat MO. Democrats sweep every problem under the rug. And by the way, if you notice the problem, you're racist. Allegedly, right? E.T. says you could impersonate Pratt. I probably could. I kind of look like Spencer Pratt a little bit. Seriously, I kind of do look a little bit like Spencer Pratt. It's kind of weird, actually. I don't, I could be a Spencer Pratt impersonator. Bob says the likeness is uncanny. That is true. I really do kind of. The more I think about it, dude, the more I actually realize I kind of do look a little like Spencer Pratt. I like Spencer Pratt, though. I think he's funny.
Type candidate really take off of late.
He's a very intelligent dude, too. I like him.
Remember Mamdani in New York last year. Of course, Graham Pratt, who's had some turbulence recently, but he's sort of run a similar campaign, anti-establishment campaign on the left. But Pratt's message here in L.A. has been pretty simple. Fix the basics, stay local. It's resonating in a city that's still reeling from the wildfires and Bass's rocky tenure. We'll see if it's enough to advance out of what is a pretty tough field there. Errol.
And Finn, that's not the only West Coast election we're watching closely. Explain to us what's happening in the race for California governor.
Yeah, get the popcorn out for this one. This race has been one of the most fluid primary fields that I can remember in such a big state, in such a big race. If you recall, Errol, a string of big-name Democrats, including former Vice President Kamala Harris, Senator Padilla of California, they all declined to run. And then front-runner Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell dropped out following sexual assault allegations, which he has denied. But that sharply changed the dynamics of the race, Errol. The latest polling shows former HHS Secretary Javier Becerra leading the pack, with Republican Steve Hilton close behind, and Democratic billionaire Tom Steyer in the mix for those final two slots. The real question tonight is whether Democrats can lock up both spots in the top two, or whether Hilton, the Republican, sneaks through, setting up a very different November election. Remember, Errol, the top two vote getters, regardless of party, advance to the general election here.
Right. And then which other primaries are you following closely today, Finn?
Look, 6 states I'm watching a lot, but I'm really keeping an eye on that Iowa Democratic Senate primary. There's been some top national Democrats that I spoke to who really believe they can flip this red state if Josh Turek, the moderate Democrat in the primary, can defeat Zach Walz. We'll see if that happens. And then there's New Jersey's 7th district. Errol, this is turning out to be quite a political mystery with some potential national consequences. Republican Congressman Tom Kaine Jr. has missed more than 100 votes in Congress and has not been spotted in D.C. nor his district. His last recorded vote was March 5th. He's told reporters he expects to be back in full recovery, back on the Hill, quote, in the next couple of weeks. But there's been really few details about what's been going on there. And as one of his Democratic challengers put it, if you were missing work, you would tell your boss. And Tom Kaine Jr.'s boss is the people. Tonight, there are several Democrats who are vying for the chance to run against Kaine Jr. and was what is really already considered one of the top pickup targets for Democrats trying to take back the House. Errol.
So much interesting stuff to watch. Good luck getting sleep tonight, Finn. We'll check in with you.
Not.
My goodness, I hope Spencer Pratt wins. I hope a Republican wins the open primary in California. I think people are low-key sick and tired of the Democrat Party in California. I really do. I think people are pissed. Bob says, LMAO, Annie, I agree. Let me see if I still have my old reference pic of Garza. I'll see what I could do. You could just take a screen cap of me. Annie says, it is BPD. We need him and Pratt in tutus holding fairy wands. Oh, my God. Nate says, are you live on YouTube only? Yeah, for now. I mean, eventually I may multi-stream, depending on how big the show gets. But honestly, my primary focus is YouTube and my portfolio. So my portfolio and YouTube are my primary focus, and this is pretty much it. But yeah, thank you guys. Let's take a listen to Spencer Pratt, baby.
Tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Oh, closing arguments in the LA mayor's race. Let's take a listen.
On this final day of campaigning in the LA mayor's race, recent polls show a tight race between LA Mayor Karen Bass, Councilmember Nithya Raman, and community activist Spencer Pratt.
Basu.
I spent time with all three today. Mayor Karen Bass was in the San Pedro neighborhood, shaking hands at a local coffee shop. She also spent time phone banking with supporters at her campaign headquarters. Nithya Raman toured a mercado in Boyle Heights. She's challenging Bass from the left, saying,
Nithya Raman's terrible, dude. They're both Karen Basul and Nithya Raman are both terrible. They're awful.
She hasn't been competent in making change happen fast enough. Spencer Pratt was in a restaurant in the Encino neighborhood, shaking hands with supporters there. After losing his house in the Palisades fire, he decided to enter the race. I asked all three candidates for their closing argument to voters.
My final message to voters is, in the last few years, we brought down homelessness for the first time. 2 years.
No, I think those numbers are flubs, dude. I feel like Karen Bass, Karen Bass might be cooking the books. Allegedly. I don't know if it's true. I just, with how much homelessness there is in LA, I think she's lying. I think she's a liar.
Years in a row, 42,000 units of housing, crime rates down to 60 years low. We have the Olympics and the World Cup coming. Los Angeles is ready for an incredible recovery.
Well, Angelenos are feeling that this city is moving.
She's terrible. Dude, they're all terrible, except for
in the
Spencer
wrong
Pratt.
direction. What I'm offering is urgency to tackle the issues that are at the forefront of people's minds and a real plan to address our cost of living crisis and our homelessness crisis.
My opponents are the reason the city's failing. So anything they say is just more lies. They know with me we're changing what's going on. We're stopping it. So it's not like a closing argument. They're already excited about me. The reason I'm here is because I'm not like these people. I don't have the experience of failing like they have.
Former reality TV villain Spencer Pratt has shaken up the Los Angeles mayoral race. The star of MTV's The Hill.
God, I love it, dude. I think he's killing it, dude. I think Spencer Pratt's kicking butt, dude. I just don't know where else you can go from there. Except for just knowing that Spencer Pratt's the man, dude. No, but man, I'm all about Spencer Pratt right now, dude. I'm a part of the Pratt pack.
Hills built his campaign around frustration with the city's leadership after his Pacific Palisades home was destroyed in the wildfires last year. Now he has a shot at getting on the November ballot if he does well during tomorrow's primary. CNN's Alex Michelson has more.
Oh, we got Uncle Chris in the house. Chris Rule, everybody. We got Uncle Chris in the house. Let's rip out that red carpet, baby.
The candidates making their last-minute pitches.
No time for amateurs.
My plan.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Don hates Trumbo says you cucks. Don, how did you know, dude? Don, how did you know, dude? How did you know what I do? How do you know what I'm into? How do you know I'm into that, dude?
Involved.
I mean, you're right, but how did you know? How'd you find out?
Ensuring real accountability and real results.
My opponents are the reason the city's failing.
The race to lead America's second-largest city is tight, with an unlikely candidate that's propelled the race into the national spotlight.
This is where I live.
Dude, and this is why it's great, dude. Spencer Pratt, dude, he needs to win. Also, Jimmy Kimmel, I want to see Jimmy Kimmel cry. One of the reasons I want to see Spencer Pratt win, I do want to see liberals cry a little bit because of all the damage the liberals have done. I'm just going to say the Democrats because they're not real liberals. The modern Democrat is not a real liberal. Oh, I got to check the Discord. Hold on. Just in case there's any weird shit on the Discord, I am going to pause that away. Discord. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, my God. So everybody give a shout out to BPD Bob, everybody. Holy crap, holy man, I love it. It made my face look so weird. I got kind of weird looking face though, so kind of works. This is good. Oh my God, dude. The tutus. Oh my God, the tutus. I love it. It looks like, yeah, it does look like we're about ready to get jumped, by the way. All those people behind Spencer and I in this AI picture, they look like they're all coming after us. They're like, dude, we're going to get these guys. Oh my God, dude. Amazing. That is unreal, dude. Everybody give a shout out to BPD Bob, everybody. Oh, okay, I got you. Hey, that was impressive, dude. BPD Bob, that was impressive, Brony. That was unbelievable, man. That just got me all chubbed. Arson says Trump is making money for the federal government to keep the whole world financial system going. ET said, I could see that being true. I don't know if it is, but I could see that being true. ET says, nah, this is a real pick, and you were cheesing the whole time. Larson says Trump has exposed the absolute insanity on the left, for sure.
I think this guy wants to sit through city council meetings all day.
Incumbent L.A. Mayor Karen Bass is facing challengers from her left and her right, including City Council member Nithya Raman, a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, and Spencer Pratt.
The fact that she's the fact that Nithya Raman's a part of the Democratic Socialists of America community means that you should not vote for her. Why would you vote for a socialist? Socialism ruins countries and cities. LA sucks because of socialist principles. LA, San Francisco, most of California blows because you have a socialist governor by the name of Gavin Newsom. I'm going to say alleged socialist, but he's pretty much a socialist. If you're a Democrat, you're basically a socialist at this point and a communist or whatever you want to be. Either way, they're both rooted in collectivism, and they're both really stupid ideas.
Pratt, a registered Republican previously known as a reality TV villain. The mayor's race is officially nonpartisan, meaning the candidate's party identification is not listed on the ballot. If no candidate gets over 50% in Tuesday's election, the top two vote getters will face off in November.
This is a wide open race.
A UC Berkeley LA Times poll shows a close contest between Bass, Raman, and...
Yeah, I think Spencer Pratt is actually far more ahead than people realize. I think Spencer Pratt is far more ahead than people realize here. I think these polls are full of shit.
Pratt. I recently sat down with all three.
If you had to pick one word that
Here's the thing, these polls are all BS.
separates you from your opponents in this race, what is that?
Courage.
Truth. Experience.
Experience? Yeah, your experience sure has paid off, hasn't it, Karen Bassul? It sure has. You've run LA into the ground. Good job. Good job, Karen. Good Lord. She's terrible, dude.
Aberration. I'm sorry, I had to throw in another.
The 2025 Palisades fire still looms large, where 12 people died and nearly 7,000 structures burned, including Pratt's home.
If they didn't burn my house down, I wouldn't be running for mayor.
At the time of the fire...
And that's true. And I, like I said, I fully support him winning. I think he deserves it. Because guess what? LA is screwed under Karen Bass. It's pretty freaking obvious. But LA, I think, has a fighting chance under Spencer Pratt. I really do. I really do.
Mayor Bass was in Ghana.
It was a horrible, horrible moment in my life.
Despite days of high wind warnings forecast for LA.
The point is, I wasn't here when my city needed me, and that is a profound regret.
Oh, I was in Ghana, oopsie daisies. Like, no, you should have resigned.
Raman says she decided.
Oh, yeah. Karen Bass should have resigned, but here's the thing. Karen Bass loves the power. She loves the notoriety. Dude, she's gonna go down as one of the worst mayors of all time. Probably for LA. She is I think she gaslights. I think she's a gaslighter, allegedly. And yeah, so I'm a huge Spencer Pratt fan. Spencer Pratt, if I could vote for him, if I lived in LA, I'd vote for him.
Decided at the last moment to challenge Bass, in part due to the city's response to homelessness.
I share the frustration that I see across the city that so many Angelenos are feeling right now.
When you talk to Jake Tapper in 2023...
Yeah, and you know what? They're not going to vote for you, Nithya Raman, because you're a freaking socialist. You're a part of the Democratic Socialists of America. You're taking two really crappy ideas, democracy and socialism, and combining it. They're two crappy ideas. It doesn't make it a good idea when you combine two shitty ideas. Holy freaking crap. Democrat socialists are basically, I think if you're a socialist in general or a communist, you're a flat earther in my mind. I see you the same way I see a flat earther. If you're a Democrat socialist, you're like flat earther square, basically. You're flat Earth or square, maybe flat Earth or cubed.
3, you said that your goal was to end street homelessness in LA by 2026. How are you so off?
I didn't anticipate some of the bureaucratic barriers that I would experience.
For the last 2 years, the mayor's office reports LA's homeless count has shown a decline. Last year's count reported a roughly 18% decrease in street homelessness since before she took office. Pratt wants to build a facility outside of LA and require LA's homeless to go there for drug treatment.
It's going to be somewhere where
Like I said, I feel like the number, I feel like Karen Bass has cooked allegedly cooked the books.
people will go and they go, thank God for Spencer. This is the greatest thing in the United States of America.
Pratt's direct-to-camera social media videos
and we need change.
And AI clips created by his supporters are redefining LA's political norms. In one AI-generated fan video, Pratt is Batman, Mayor Bass is the Joker, and residents are throwing tomatoes at her.
His social media is now taking on a violent
I love it, dude. This is great.
turn.
Coming from the lady who allowed 12 people to burn.
I don't want this injected into my politics, and I hope Angelenos stand up on June 2nd and reject it.
Oh, no. I think Spencer Pratt's going to win. I think he's going to win, and I hope he does. Go Spencer Pratt, bro. Go Spencer Pratt. I love you, bro. Ooh, silver's crashing. Silver's crashing, everybody. That gets me you know what. Yeah, whenever silver crashes, I get pretty excited. I get like super excited. Man, there's a lot of markets are going pretty up today. I mean, there's kind of, I mean, it's my portfolio is a little fluctuating right now, but it looks good for the most part.
Alex Michelson joins me now from the voting center in Los Angeles. Does Pratt, a Republican, actually have a shot at becoming the next mayor?
Well, he thinks so. He says his best shot at winning is winning tomorrow night, getting over 50% before a lot of the negative ads start coming in about him being a Republican. I said to him, there's not a single poll that suggests you're anywhere close to 50%. He told me that his people don't have time to be polled and that there's essentially a secret majority out there that's voting for him. He says a political tsunami is.
I think he might be right, dude. I think Spencer Pratt is going to. Because people who actually have lives don't take polls. People who have things going on in their lives don't take political polls. Only loser Dems take those polls.
It's coming, Anderson.
All right. Well, we shall see. Thanks very much, Alex Michelson. We'll see you at midnight Eastern for The Story Is. Also,
dude. If Spencer Pratt gets over 50%, I'm going to celebrate, dude. I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to shake. I love it, dude. Because here's the thing. I think people in LA are sick and tired of the Democrats. And I could tell Anderson Cooper and I think this Alex Michelson guy looks a little scared. I think they're both kind of scared. They're scared that Pratt may actually win this. I think he will. I think he's going to get over 50% of the vote. I think nobody likes Karen Bass. I don't think anybody really likes Karen Bass, to be honest. I don't trust the polls. I mean, dude, the polls said that Kamala Harris was going to win against Trump. That's what the polls originally said during the original 2024 presidential race. So, yeah, I don't trust the polls. I don't know how anybody could. I just don't know how anybody can trust the polls. They're just not meant to be trusted, man. I think most people are aware of that the polls just can't be trusted, so. Oh, you guys, don't forget to drop a gift. If you can, tap the gift button and drop a gift if possible. It does help the channel in a lot of ways. So once again, tap the gift button and drop a gift. Gifts really help support the channel. It keeps the channel going. So like I said, gifts, super chats, even becoming a channel member helps out a lot. So if you can become a channel member for 99 cents a month or drop a gift alternatively or drop a super chat, it does help fund the channel in a lot of ways. So you guys single-handedly keep independent media going just by even giving a small gift. So I appreciate it.
We're going to be covering the key primary races across California and 5 other states as well tomorrow. There's a lot going on tomorrow here on CNN. Also, you can watch on the CNN app. That's it for us. Thanks so much for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. The news continues right now. The Source with Caitlin Collins starts now.
Ew, Caitlin Collins is gross. Give me a second, you guys. But yeah, my portfolio is looking pretty interesting. It's kind of it goes a little up and down from time to time. It varies, but silver is going down, dude. That doesn't make my wiener happy. Nope. Heck yeah, man. Well, it's looking good. My portfolio's looking hot, dude. Okay, let's keep going. Iran accuses Israel of undermining the talks. I think that's, Let's see. I don't feel like watching Benny Johnson because I think he's a little you know what zesty. Oh, Caleb Hammer confronts Fox News about woke college.
I just launched the brand new Hammer Elite app available on every major platform. To celebrate the app launch, I'm offering 30% off the annual plan in the month of June only. Plus, I have an exclusive offer just for you.
Billy French says, thanks again, Garza. Hey, you got it, Billy French. I don't know what you're thanking me for, but you're welcome. You're welcome. No, I don't think this is the notorious Billy. I think that this, by the way, my ex-friend Billy, who I don't really like to talk about anymore because I just think he was treating me like shit too much, and I was just done with it, dude. Yeah, we don't take. I don't like to talk about Billy that much anymore. I try not to think about him because I just think he's, like I said, I cherish the friendship that we had, but I can't do it anymore.
I'll only have 1,000 available to purchase. You'll get lifetime access to the entire Hammer Elite catalog and my Hammer for Life box packed with limited edition merch. Download the Hammer Elite app by using the link in the description or pinned comment down below. This is the best membership you'll ever join, and that's a promise.
TLG says, sorry for bringing it up. No, it's okay. You're good. It's okay, TLG. You're fine. I just, I'm not gonna talk about it.
The new Trump accounts launch, and is the cost of college worth it? We're going to get a no-nonsense ruling from no-nonsense personal finance commentator Caleb Hammer. That's next.
I haven't seen paying it off ever. Where's the payoff? Show me the payoff. I don't see it. What are you talking about, payoff?
Dude, I've come to the conclusion that my generation is really bad. They're good at making money, but they're really good at getting into stupid debt. That's what my generation's good at, is getting into stupid debt. And being on social media too much. My generation needs to stop getting on social media. I say just be chronically offline. Like the only time I go online is to do this show. Other than that, or answer comments on my phone. But other than that, I think we're a little too chronically online. I think it's bad for our health. It's bad for everything, to be honest.
The new Trump Accounts program is officially rolling out, offering eligible children federally backed investment accounts designed to help them save money and build wealth over time. For more, let's bring in Hammer Media founder.
My boy Larson Christopher says college is a huge Ponzi scheme. I could not agree with you more, Larson. Unless you're going to be a doctor, lawyer, nurse, or some other type of important, whether it's a certain skill, trade, or whatever, college is not important for the majority of people. In fact, college is in my opinion, college nowadays is not only a waste of money, it's a waste of time. Once again, I say college is a waste of time and it's a waste of money today. Back in the day, it actually made sense to go to college. Now, it doesn't make sense at all, and I think it's a waste of time. I think that there's levels of debt that are unacceptable, and I think college loans are stupid.
Founder and CEO and the host of Financial Audit, Caleb Hammer. Caleb, I got to tell you, my algorithm, as somebody who has little kids and tries to stay on a budget, is always feeding me your stuff. You are famous for giving it to people straight. So for people watching, should they register their kids for Trump accounts?
Absolutely. Free $1,000 plus even more with contributions from Michael Dell. It's free money. There's no reason not to. Yeah. Absolutely.
And the Treasury Secretary talked about these new accounts this week. We have a bite.
I think this is going to be one of the greatest real-time financial literacy educations in history, because it won't be,
I will admit, Scott Bassett kind of gives me the creeps.
There's a street in New York called Wall Street. This is what I don't really understand what happens there. American family is going to be able to look on their phone every day and see.
Caleb, you have people on your show all the time who have no savings or who spend their money on silly stuff or the wrong stuff. Do these Trump accounts, like the Treasury Secretary was saying, do you think that they have the ability to change the way that a huge chunk of the country sees money?
Absolutely. You can see the importance of investing now. Just that $1,000 being put in, even if they don't contribute up to that $5,000 a year max in the S&P 500, that $1,000 over that 18 years just left alone will be $6,000. If they contribute all the way up to the $5,000 max, which $2,500 can come from employers, that'll get up to $233,000 by 18, which is world changing. That gets you into a house, that gets you paid for college.
That's true. That is pretty world changing.
It gets you everything. It gets these kids into the United States stock market, understanding where our economy is going, having a stake in it. And honestly, it could be a teaching lesson for what Congress should have done with the Social Security Fund. Instead of getting low yield treasuries, invest in the American economy in low index funds.
Honestly, in all actuality, Social Security could have been globally diversified. You could have actually got people into international stocks, U.S. stocks, you name it, right? That would have grown it. That actually would have grown a lot. And not only that, you could get into bonds as well. You could have just been fully diversified across not only one asset class, but multiple asset classes. And you could have been globally diversified as well. International, U.S., international bonds, U.S. bonds. You could have been exposed to everything. But Social Security said, oh, we're just going to put it into stupid bonds. You guys are idiots. Bonds are dumb. I mean, bonds are necessary, but bonds are dumb.
Like the S&P 500?
In my opinion, that's not financial advice. Talk to a financial advisor. I personally think bonds are dumb, but whatever.
100, which the Trump accounts are locked into. It should teach a lot of people a lot of things.
It's such an interesting point. For people who are watching that have little kids who are eligible.
TLG says, Stemfield, she's going to be a school counselor. That's what I said. We should name Wall Street to Trump Street. What the fuck is this? A program, free money, but for kids only. Absolutely BS. Where's my Trump account? No chance for us to own home. Yeah, pretty much, man.
Born during the Trump administration. Do you think, how should they think about this? Because thinking about an amount of money in 18 years is a very abstract concept. Should they be thinking about college or a house or a car, or retirement? What should they be thinking about?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Listen, I mean, these accounts are pretty locked in except for emergency cases through 18. And then after that, they're similar to IRAs where there's penalties and taxes if you withdraw before that 59.5. You can still get into 529s if you're a parent and you want more tax advantages for things like school and sports activities that are in school or college funds. But if you want to set your kid up for entrepreneurial endeavors or getting a house, these Trump accounts are a good place to put that money.
Small wiener
and then they
gang.
can take that money out.
Hey, J-Man, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Mucho apreciado. Everybody give it, dude, everybody, thank you guys for subscribing to the channel, by the way. We just have so many new subscribers. I'm loving it, dude, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you guys for tapping the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It really does help the channel grow in more ways than one, but let's keep going.
At 59.5 with a little bit of taxes, but no early contribution or early withdrawal penalties.
And really interesting Fox News poll, a quick answer before the show runs out, but more people now think if an 18-year-old has $100,000, they should just invest it instead of using it for college. That is the flip of 20 years ago. A 10-second response.
Yeah, it makes sense. College degrees are having a lower return on investment year over year.
Yeah, college degrees are not worth it. They're too expensive. The loans are too ridiculous. I think that there's no reason to do it. There's not a lot of incentives to go to college anymore, considering AI is probably going to take whatever job that you're studying to do, and you're going to basically be effectively useless in the economy, in the market. So that's the thing that sucks about college degrees. I just say work a job where AI can't replace you. Also, learn how to swing trade. I honestly think that learning how to swing trade is pretty smart because swing trading has brought me a lot of income opportunities that I never would have had otherwise. So swing trading's been a big deal to me. And I know that it's you stopping me from falling.
Year, but they're still good overall if you get a good degree.
Everybody watching, go look up Caleb Hammer. His stuff is one of a kind. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
But no, I think overall these Trump accounts are great. I think it's good it's free $1,000 for your child. So that's kind of a big deal. Not kind of, that is a big deal because it's just going to compound over time. No, I think it's fabulous, man. But yeah, no, I think it's smart. I love it. Trump makes a major ceasefire announcement as Iran peace deal is on the
President
ropes.
Trump saying
looks
diplomacy with Iran is moving forward at a rapid pace. Iranian state media, though,
they might be done. Finally, are they actually going to get a peace deal?
say Iran has suspended talks over Israeli strikes on the Hezbollah group, the Iranian bought and paid for terror army that we know is operating out of Lebanon. Here's NATO Ambassador Matt Whitaker.
The president is the negotiator in chief. He has negotiated an agreement that is, that he wants, and he's focused on the final details to make sure that among the most important things that Iran doesn't ever have a nuclear weapon. But time and leverage are on the United States side.
Well, President Trump is giving us an idea now of when we may expect a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and extend the ceasefire. Remember, the deal point here was for 60 additional days on that. He also said...
David Funk is saying, what? Are you too stupid to get a good job? And you would be a fool. But hey, look, first off, YouTube is now my full-time job along with swing trading. And then I also do delivery driving on the side. So... yeah, I'm not stupid. I'm smart because I have multiple streams of income, David. You're the idiot. David, I bet you do. David Funky, do you have multiple streams of income? I bet you don't. I bet you're a moron who uses your job, probably doesn't do a good job, probably slacks off all day, and gets a paycheck. And no, I'm not too stupid to get a good job. I worked at a call center for like 13 years. And they unethically fired me. They fired me. Not because I was bad. They said I was unprofessional, which is a lie, by the way. They lied. And that's what makes me angry the most, is the fact that T-Tech lied about me. Don't fucking lie about me. Don't lie about... and when they said unprofessional... that pissed me off, dude.
As he spoke with both Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Also, by the way, David Funky, I just want to let you know, I was smart enough to build up my YouTube brand, and now I'm a mini media empire. The only employee is me, and I only have to pay myself. So you can criticize all you want, David Funky. You can criticize all you want, brother. Doesn't mean you're right, though. Just means you're wrong. Moron.
And leaders in Hezbollah yesterday about dialing back their attacks. Mark Meredith has the latest from the White House. Mark.
Harris, good morning to you. The White House is doing what it can to ensure tensions in the Middle East do not go any higher than they already are. We are getting a better lay of the land of where things stand as Secretary of State Marco Rubio talked about the state of Iran now.
Today, there is no Iranian Navy. There is no such thing.
Oh, yeah, the Iranian Navy was sunk to the ground. Not to the ground, to the bottom of the ocean. Boom. All right. Let's do it.
There's a bunch of Boston whalers with machine guns on them, but there is no Navy. My whole point is that the Iranian conventional shield has been
That's crazy that warehouse work has become 100% automated. And are you saying that machines are welding? That the machines themselves are actually doing the welding? That's insane. I mean, it's kind of cool, but it definitely puts a lot of welders out of a job.
substantially eroded.
On Monday, the president spoke at length with Israel's prime minister, basically urging the Israelis not to carry out an attack against Hezbollah in Beirut, which believed to be could push Iran further away from any peace negotiations. Axios reports the call with Netanyahu got quite heated, that there were a number of expletives dropped on the call, but we have not gotten an additional word from the White House. Today, there are also reports coming from Iran state media that mediators stopped talking a few days ago. That's what the Iranians are saying about a potential peace deal. All amid these potential actions in Israel, the president says discussions are still ongoing. Today, Israel carrying out fresh strikes in southern Lebanon, but those strikes appear to be separate from what the Israelis were considering for the country's capital. We do hope to get a better idea on what the White House position is.
Hold on.
Is not only with these potential strikes potentially in Lebanon, but where things stand overall, when we're going to have Dr. Mehmet Oz, who runs Medicaid and Medicare. He'll be at the White House podium in about 90 minutes from now. Harris.
Mark, thank you. In focus now, retired General Charles Wald, former deputy commander of U.S. European Command. First of all, I want to try to understand Hezbollah's role in all of this. They are the proxy, the bought and paid for army by Iran, but they were never part of any ceasefire deal.
No, they weren't. And the Iranians aren't stupid. They'll take every advantage they can. Netanyahu is going to defend Israel. I don't think the Iranians have a vote in whether they do that or not. So it's a typical IRGC ploy, and I think the Israelis should do everything.
I don't trust the IRGC, you know. I don't think anybody should, to be honest. But then again, I don't think anybody trusts, nobody trusts Iran. Nobody really trusts Israel either. I don't trust Iran. I don't trust Israel. I just don't trust any of those countries.
And they can to defend themselves against the Hezbollah, and we should support that.
But that would pit them against what the president needs to do to get this deal done. So how do you see this playing out?
Well, it's not an either or. And the Iranians are smart folks. They understand the pressures that the international community is going to put on the United States.
Universal basic income will be the standard, is what you're saying, Tiny Lighting Gaming? That's interesting. I don't know. It may end up being the standard, for all I know.
States and Israel, and they're using Hezbollah as a proxy, just like they have in the past.
Right.
So I think we need to stick to our guns. I think we need to, it's, again, it's dragging on as some people would see it, but I think it's so important that we need to stay with our strategy in the Middle East in this case. And I think you have to give the administration and Secretary Rubio just a minute ago talking a lot of credit for their policy.
What exactly do you give them credit for in terms of where we are now? Because you know that part of the world very, very well. Most people have not been in leadership in this country very patient when it comes to, war with Iran. They either would do it or not do it. But I mean, to be where we are now takes what?
Well, you kind of used the key word there, patience. I mean, obviously, we don't want to have this thing drag on forever, but there has to be a certain modicum of patience on our side. And the American public doesn't have a real patient streak in them. But I think in this case, we're doing the right thing. And I think we need to make sure the IRGC doesn't get to reconstitute.
Is that who you think is in charge?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
So wait, he's saying that the IRGC is in charge? It's a frightening prospect. Quite a bit of one.
Forward with this, the Wall Street Journal editorial board's new piece, Iran gets Trump to rescue Hezbollah. Quote, Iran threw a wrench into negotiations and President Trump spent the rest of the day scrambling to satisfy Iran's demand. In reply to Iran's threat to end negotiations, Trump talked tough, saying, I don't care if they're over. But after long calls with Mr. Netanyahu and Lebanese interlocutors, on Monday afternoon, Mr. Trump announced a new ceasefire in Lebanon. Your take?
My take is, you know what my take is? Stop aligning with Iran. Sorry, my bad. Stop aligning with Israel. Stop trying to negotiate with Iran. It's pointless. It's stupid. Don't even try to negotiate with Lebanon. Stop it. Just stop working with Netanyahu, man. I'm so sick and tired of him. He's not good. He's not good. He's not a good guy. I don't trust Israel. Don't trust Palestine. Don't trust Ukraine. Don't trust Russia. Don't trust Iran. Don't trust any of them. We shouldn't even talk to him. I don't even know why we talk to him. Give him the silent treatment.
General.
You're asking me to take on that?
Yeah.
Well, I think, as was just mentioned here, I think the Lebanese situation is a very difficult one for Israel. It's right next door to them. They have to defend themselves. I think the Wall Street Journal, it may not have it totally correct. I'm a strong proponent of the United States supporting Israel and defending itself against any threat from Lebanon, and especially Hezbollah.
Yeah.
All right. General, as we go into this day, what is something that you would love to hear from the president today in terms of next step?
I think I'd like to hear from the president that we're going to stick to our guns. We're going to stick to our policy. We're not going to abandon Israel or our GCC friends, and the IRGC is going to be decimated by the time we're done.
All right. Plain and simple. General Wall,
yeah.
Always good to have you. Thank you.
Down to the point, dude. Right down to the point. I love it. I think it's great. This is crazy, man. Freaking crazy, bro.
Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. Iran accuses Israel undermining the talks.
So now, right now on Capitol Hill, Secretary of State Marco Rubio's in the room, about to face questions from a Senate committee for the first time since the conflict with Iran began. Now,
TLG says we shouldn't even be negotiating with Iran. Exactly. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Stay away. We just need to stop. We just need to finish the job. Finish the mission. And that mission, I think, includes not negotiating with Iran. I think we need to stop negotiating with Iran. I think it's a mistake.
His testimony comes as the president says that diplomatic efforts could result in a deal with Tehran in the next week. So as we await news on that, a new hour begins right now. Dana is out today. I'm Bill Hemmer live in New York, and we'll see what Secretary Rubio has to say.
A lot of eyeballs on that.
That's your beat, right?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be watching that closely, and we will bring you anything newsy literally in the exact second that it happens, so stick with us on that. I'm Jillian Turner. It's great to be with you, Bill.
You too, Jillian.
Nearly 8 weeks now of these ongoing talks with the Iranian regime. President Trump now signaling he thinks that could change literally any day.
Yeah.
Iran's regime, though, announcing negotiations are suspended.
I mean, I hope. Look, truth is, I want a deal to happen. Do I want an actual peace deal to occur? Yes. My problem is, I just don't think it's possible. I just don't think it's possible. I'm not feeling it.
Suspended this as Israel and Hezbollah renew fighting in Lebanon.
So now the U.S. Ambassador to NATO, Matt Whitaker, explaining why he thinks President Trump should hold the line and hold steady.
He's focused on the final details.
Laugh out loud.
That among the most.
Hey, thank you, Terrence B, for the 2 jewels. Mucho apreciado. Everybody give a shout out to Terrence B35. I appreciate the star for 2 jewels. Mucho apreciado, bro. Hey, if you guys send gifts, they get shown up on the screen. Like, they show up on the screen. You get to hear Chris Hansen say, laugh out loud. And, yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey, the more you send, the better.
Laugh out loud.
Hey, Terrence, thank you for the sparkles. Appreciate it, man.
Most important things that Iran doesn't ever have a nuclear weapon. But, time and leverage are on the United States side. And
Terrence B to send a
laugh out loud.
Yum, yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop. Oh, my God. Thank you for that happy poop, by the way, dude. I appreciate you. The gifts are coming in, dude. The gifts come marching in. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate it, brother. Typhoon is saying you're not feeling it because Trump has failed miserably and disrupted the entire globe's security. Nice job. No, Trump is winning, dude. I don't know what plane of reality you're trying to be on, but Trump is winning, dude. Trump is winning.
I don't think that there should be any hurry right now to get the best deal in the interests of the United States and therefore the American people.
Let's get to it. Dan Hoffman has analysis. Lucas Tomlinson reports from Capitol Hill as we await Secretary Rubio. Jeff Paul reports from Dubai, and that is where we begin in a new hour in Dubai with you, Jeff. Hello.
Well, yeah, Bill, and countries here in the Gulf like the UAE are keeping a watchful eye out for any sort of developments between the U.S. and Iran on a potential deal. But
I mean, will there be developments, though? Who knows? We'll see.
Complicating things right now, obviously, the recent attacks in Kuwait, but also these back-and-forth strikes between Israel and Hezbollah and Lebanon. Now, at the moment, Iran has yet to respond to the latest proposal that was sent to Tehran by the U.S. And given what's happening in Lebanon, negotiators in Iran don't appear to be in a huge hurry. In fact, Tehran has said if the strikes in Lebanon don't stop, there is a high probability of the current U.S.-Iran ceasefire ending. Now, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson is accused.
Hey, look, the ceasefire probably is going to... The sad part is there's probably not going to be a peace deal. And the ceasefire is going to end because Iran keeps breaking the ceasefire. Honestly, if anything, the U.S. has been a little too kind during the ceasefire. Seriously. I just don't trust Iran. Period. End of story. I don't think anybody should. The Iranian government's corrupt. The Iranian regime is terrible. They kill their own citizens. They're the #1 state sponsor of terror. They're just not good.
Accusing the U.S. of constantly changing its positions and demands, but he also says Israel is being a, quote, disruptive actor that's obstructing the process aimed at reducing tensions in the region.
One of the clear reasons for the escalation of the crimes of the Zionist regime in Lebanon in recent days can be nothing other than the undermining of any possible prospect for diplomatic processes to lead to some form of improvement in the situation. And this responsibility again lies with the United States. We cannot view the United States and the Zionist regime as two separate and independent actors operating in isolation from one another.
Now, officials in Qatar have also stepped up efforts reportedly to try to get this deal across the line between the U.S. and Iran. But the longer that things go on without any sort of deal, it only gets more dangerous here in the Gulf, in particular for countries like where we are here in the UAE, which normalized relations with Israel due to the Abraham Accord. So if Iran wants to try to reach out to Israel and Iran and the U.S., they certainly could redo those strikes that happened here in the UAE at the beginning.
It's probably going to happen. Why are we holding our breath about Iran? Are you guys really thinking that Iran's going to come to the table? And I hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope I'm wrong about this. I hope Iran comes to the table, signs a peace deal, everybody kisses and makes up, right? That's what I'm hoping. But to be honest, I'm probably right. Probably right. Oh. All right, let's keep going.
At the war. Bill.
Hey, Jeff, thanks. Jeff Paul in Dubai, thank you for that. Jillian.
All right, a moment ago, Secretary of State Marco Rubio arrived to that hearing room ahead of his testimony. He's going to be pressed hard about U.S. military engagement with Iran, with Venezuela, potentially even with Cuba. Lucas Tomlinson has all the details on what to expect this morning. He's on the Hill. Good to see you, Lucas.
All right.
Good to see you, too. Good morning, Jillian. Just a few minutes ago, Secretary Rubio arrived here in the Dirksen Senate office building where he'd be facing the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, of course, a committee he sat on for just about all of his Senate career, about 14 years, in the committee that first not just nominated him, but confirmed him 22-0. And, of course, he sailed through
Hey, Seraph, Donald Trump is the greatest president we've ever had. Straight up. If you guys believe that Trump is the GOAT, the greatest of all time, double tap your screen to like the stream. And also subscribe to the channel. If you agree with me, that is. Let's go.
the Senate 99-0. Then we had Senator Van Hollen from Maryland, a member of the committee, famously say, "I regret voting for you, Secretary Rubio." You can imagine Secretary Rubio's reception in front of some
I love Marco Rubio, dude. Rubio, here's the thing about Marco Rubio that you need to realize. The dude understands that Iran is dangerous. He instinctively knows Iran's dangerous. And that honestly, working with Iran, probably still not a good idea. I really believe that. Hold on, I got to check one of my short videos. One of the main major points, the first major advantage, is the sound quality in voice isolation. Now, the MV7 Plus is designed to focus on your voice and reduce unwanted background sound. So if you want to do a Skype call, you're on Text Now or something, whatever you're using, Google Voice, you name it. This gives you, first off, it makes you sound good. So if you have to do like an interview or anything like that, one of the main Give me 1 second, everybody, getting this all squared away. I'm uploading some short videos that were edited by the Opus. Mr. Opus Clip, the AI. It was beautiful. You know, we're really growing as a channel, man. I love it. We're getting more subscribers every day. Things are just working out, man. And we're just going to keep pushing and playing, and you know, the harder I work, the luckier I get. That's all I gotta say. There we go. Okay. Let's keep rolling.
hostile Democrats and perhaps others questioning President Trump's strategy on the war with Iran. Ostensibly, this is a budget hearing, Jillian, where Secretary Rubio is going to roll out next year's budget, which is a 30% cut from last year, which now puts the cost more in line with what it cost for the U.S. to go to war against Iran. There's going to be questions about opening up the Senate Armed Services, opening up the Strait of Hormuz. We've got a lot of senators walking in here right now. Actually, everyone's filing. There's going to be a lot of questions about the conduct of the war, opening up the Strait of Hormuz. Senators going to want to know the costs, and also around the world. It's been very noisy in here since I arrived here, Jillian. There have been a number of individuals who have been detained. We just saw a man.
So what do you guys think Rubio's going to say? I mean, I personally think that Rubio's going to talk about first off, how crappy the Iranian government has been all these years, how terrible the regime has been, and that honestly everything that's happening to the Iranian regime is well-deserved at this point. So, but yeah, if anybody's siding with Iran's government on this one, you guys are fools, and this is why I don't vote Democrat, because you're all fools. You're all crazy.
Dressed up like a priest who is saying he wants a change in the Cuba policy. So you have Cuba, Venezuela, China after President Trump's trip to Beijing, which Bill visited in Beijing. So it's going to be a very busy hearing, a lot of newsy subjects, and we'll be right here covering it. Jillian?
Lucas, get some of those senators on cam after this hearing. Get them to talk to us.
Great suggestion, Jillian.
You too. Talk to you soon, Lucas.
So we'll stand by for that. The former CIA chief of station is Dan Hoffman. Dan, welcome to our coverage. Good day to you. Here was the comment from the president to ABC News late yesterday. He said there was a little glitch today, but I turned that one around very quickly. Talking about Israel and Lebanon now. As you probably noticed.
Oh, my boy, says Bart C _official says these TDS trolls are so desperate and weak. Trump scares these beta males is actually, oh, dude, beta. No, like straight up, like I get so sick of liberal men. They shouldn't even be called liberal men. If they were liberal, they wouldn't actually be the way they are. They're not true liberals, but these Democrat socialist idiots that claim that they're men, they're not really. No, I don't really, if you're a man and you incessantly vote Democrat, I kind of, I don't know. I'll still be your friend and stuff like that, but no. But the modern male Democrat has become so insufferable, it's insane. The modern male Democrat has become so insufferable, straight up. This is why I voted for Trump, man. I'm so anti-Democrat that I voted for Trump.
Just earlier, talking about a real large country, very large country making a deal, tremendous hostility, really. I think you're talking about over the next week. What is your read when you've got this back and forth with Israel and Lebanon? Iran's saying, forget it, we're not going to negotiate unless it stops. And Netanyahu's like, well, you got to quit firing in the northern part of our country. How do you see it?
Yeah, the only people who take those polls, by the way, are losers. You're saying that only 24% of the U.S. population approves of the war? Here's the thing. The psychological fact is the people who do approve of the war, they're not going to take your stupid polls. People who have what's called a life don't answer pollster calls. The truth is, you want to know why the polls are always fucking wrong? It's because not everybody takes the polls. And the only people who take the polls have a certain stupid mindset. And they usually vote Democrat.
Today, Dan.
Well, Bill, look.
Which is why the polls can't be trusted, is all I'm saying. The polls cannot, in my opinion, the polls are not trustworthy. They've been wrong so many times that the truth is polls are ineffective because they don't really get the grand census of what's happening.
Okay, if past is prologue, I really don't hold a lot of optimism that we're going to be able to strike a deal.
Stephen Shayer says, thank God you voted for Trump. TDS is strong in this trade. Yeah, dude, I absolutely voted for Trump, and I have no regrets about it. The only thing that annoys me is I have to deal with all these Trump derangement syndrome patients that come into my chat all the time and just get all angry at me for no reason. Dude, all these TDS patients that come into my chat, they just get angry and they're like, hey, Mega, you're terrible. Hey, Mega. Go to hell. Go straight to hell.
With Iran anytime soon. Hezbollah escalated their attacks against Israel, reportedly at Iran's behest, because Iran wants to drive a wedge between the United States and Israel and stress the Trump administration's relationship with Prime Minister Netanyahu and his team. That makes it extraordinarily difficult for us to arrive at a deal. It's a negotiating tactic, a nefarious but sophisticated one by Iran, because while they control the Strait of Hormuz, we're not getting to the main issues about why the United States began kinetic strikes on Iran in late February, which is Iran's nuclear program, the ballistic missile program, and their support to proxy terrorists. We're still dealing with other issues like Lebanon and the Strait. And Iran wants to make it clear that they could go toe-to-toe with the United States, that they could lead what they like to call the axis of resistance. I think that's their strategic.
Really? They think they could go toe-to-toe with the United States? Iran does? Dude, Iran, your entire freaking navy was sunk by our military. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. Let it sink in.
Strategic goal here, and they've got a super high threshold for pain inside their own country. If it's scorched earth for their own country, so be it, as long as the regime remains in power.
You know, Dan, part of your job when you were at the CIA was analyzing the personalities and mentality of others. And I'm going to mention the name of Ahmed Vahidi. I don't know what you know about him, but he's the former Minister of Defense. Now, Jack Keene's outlet, Institute for the Study of War, concluded this from overnight. Vahidi and his inner circle also likely calculate that the status quo will help them advance several other objectives, such as solidifying Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz and maintaining. Be sure to like.
Can I just say I want to thank each and every one of you guys. You guys are legitimately the reason that this show is on fire. Uh-oh.
There's an Ebola outbreak in Africa and this happened? Wait, Ebola? Ebola? I thought they got rid of Ebola.
It's not gone, unfortunately.
Government bureaucrats take taxpayer money and spend it. Can I watch this? Because isn't there like a dead body in this video? I think I can't show a dead body, right? Ebola breaks out all the time? Yeah. So this is what happens, right? Is that because I already saw this. That's the reason why I don't have it locked in. So what happens is that all these people around these doctors, they basically force them away from the coffin or the casket, and they open the casket up and they take the dead body from Ebola and they start touching it with their bare hands. And
are you serious? Oh my God.
It's like a dead baby. I watched it. I saw it off stream. That's wild. That's what they do. That's the way it is. You can watch until the 90-second mark? Okay. They got machete? Government bureaucrats take taxpayer money and spend it on epidemic relief efforts in third world countries so that epidemiologists and postgraduate degrees can be threatened with machetes by locals hell-bent on contracting Ebola.
Crazy. I mean, this is insane, dude.
You try and do a good thing. You try and do a good thing. They're trying to get the people out with Ebola.
What the heck is happening?
And there it is. And now at this point, they open up the casket and they start touching the dead babies with Ebola and then touching each other with it. I swear to God.
Wow. Wow. Holy crap.
You can watch it. You can literally watch the video. Just look it up on Twitch. Not Twitch, but on fucking Twitter, right? Who do? The villagers here. Yeah.
So the villagers and okay.
The villagers. That sounds like an old 4chan. Why? I don't know.
Because this is crazy. It's upsetting. It's upsetting.
I have no idea. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to figure it out.
I don't want to know what goes on through the minds of...
I don't want to, like, try to reason with them. I just want to leave.
I completely get it. I completely get it.
I'm like, oh, for real? Y'all want to do that? That's crazy. I gotta go. Yeah, I had something... Ooh, yeah, I had something come up. I gotta replace my microwave. So, yeah, it's just really crazy. Import them all here immediately? Yeah, of course, right? And so, I don't even understand how the fuck, like, very crazy. It's just nuts. And that's the Congo. What happened back then? The Belgians were trying to civilize it. They clearly failed. Should have built a Rwanda. I mean, I don't know why, like, you would want to have anything to do with this. Like, these humanitarian relief efforts and everything, like, is money that's getting wasted, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and we need to be focusing on our own people, right? Focusing on helping our own people out.
Completely agree.
There was a news video about it today. Oh my God. Wait, really? Oh no. Doctor in the Congo says the Ebola outbreak is completely out of control.
The latest Ebola outbreak is outpacing the response, and the International Rescue Committee now predicts it could become the deadliest outbreak of Ebola on record.
Unbelievable.
The outbreak is completely out of control. People doesn't trust that, the Ebola is a reality.
When we have fought Ebola in the past on this scale, it has been a combination of the Ministry of Health,
yeah,
WHO, USAID, CDC. USAID is fully gone.
That's right.
CDC is badly weakened.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to have my money going to preventing Africans from getting Ebola. I don't give a fuck. We have homeless veterans here. We have people that don't have money here. We have people that can't afford a house here. Like, they gotta figure their own shit out. Like, I mean, we've been helping them out for, like, what, 50 years? It's done.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of agree with Asman a little bit, dude. This is crazy, though. I kind of partially agree with him, but I partially don't,
Nothing. I don't want to deal with that. Like, who cares? Like, it's literally another side of the world. Like, yeah, send him a book. Send him a book. See, like, this is how you get rid of it. Figure it out. It's in your interest to help. Why? Like, wait, why? Why would it be in my interest to help get rid of Ebola in Africa? Because it can spread?
I mean, that is true. It could spread.
Just don't let people come in from that country then. If they think there's an Ebola problem over there, don't let them come in.
That could be a possibility, to isolate the country out. That is a possible answer.
Like, duh. I mean, like, what do you mean? It's not that simple? I've seen some tribes wipe their babies' butts with their leg to keep it clean because there's no running water. Oh my god. In a perfect world, yeah, that stops it. Yeah, of course. So like, no, I don't want to have anything to do with them. Like straight up, I want to deal with this. Like it's crazy. It's even a conversation. Like fuck no, I don't want to deal with this.
I do see where Asman's coming from. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I do understand his point of view. It's like we have all these issues here. Should we be dealing with their issues there? Don't get me wrong, I got a bleeding heart with this stuff.
WHO has been badly weakened. The U.S., of course, withdrew from WHO and cut off all funding.
The virus is affecting parts of Congo and Uganda. These are the dire scenes in Ituri, the worst-hit region in the Democratic Republic of Congo, or DRC, where civil war, which has displaced around 3 million people, further complicates efforts to track and contain the disease.
Are you seeing new cases of Ebola suspected and confirmed in the region every day?
Every day.
Oh my God.
Coming, you know.
Health officials believe a rare strain of the deadly virus was possibly circulating for up to 3 months undetected in eastern parts of the DRC. That late detection means
a bunch of dead bodies laying around? Can't they bury him or something? Holy fuck.
This is crazy.
Must smell like shit. Can you imagine how bad that smells? Oh my God.
I mean, this is tough to watch, man. This stuff's tough to watch.
Of this epidemic, which the World Health Organization is calling a global health emergency, is still emerging.
So there are a few things that set this outbreak apart. One is the momentum it has right now. There are now more than 1,000 cases of this that are known, and that is likely an undercount, perhaps even an undercount by a factor of 2 or 3. To put that in perspective, the huge West Africa outbreak that caught the world's attention back in 2014, and which I worked on for USAID, took about 4 months to get to 1,000 cases, and that was really a turning point when it exploded.
We gotta get rid of this. Like, this is annoying. Like, so somebody says, "What's wrong with you?" Why do you say what's wrong with me?
Larson Christopher says Ebola is truly lethal. It spreads ultra fast. Yeah. This is crazy, man.
Yeah, what is this? What are you mad for? Just so you know, they're blaming the USA since we cut federal funding. Well, too bad. They gotta figure their own shit out. Yeah, I mean, it's that simple. Where do you think the rare earth is extracted from? Well, why don't we just go over there and get the rocks and leave? Doesn't mean we got to be touching people and dealing with that shit all over the place. So put a fucking fence up or something. Yeah, get the rocks and go. We own Africa now? Maybe. You got an explanation at all? Is there an explanation at all for your little episode here? You're getting upset, or are you crashing out for no reason? No, I don't want to have my money reallocated to Africa. I don't want any of my money to go to Africa. Like, this is my tax dollar. I want it to go to America. I don't want it to go to China. I don't want it to go to fucking Israel.
Yeah, this is tough to watch, man. Yeah, I get it. I think yeah. That's a rough one, dude. Yeah, that's a tough one, man. Oh, Tony Brothers is
Tony
being
Brothers is
investigated.
reportedly preparing to make a major decision less than 24 hours after being investigated by the NBA. But 3 controversial moments have led many fans to believe he may not be entirely innocent. The moment the ruling was announced, Brothers was expected to appeal to the NBA and request a review of the game's most disputed calls. After all, the controversy surrounding him has now fully exploded online. What truly angered fans, however, were several questionable moments during the game itself. First, Thunder players appeared to commit an obvious goaltending violation. By rule, the Spurs should have been awarded the basket, but Brothers chose not to call it. After the apparent missed call, Spurs coach Mitch Johnson immediately tried to challenge the play. However, Brothers reportedly ignored the request and allowed the Thunder to inbound the ball quickly, leaving the Spurs no time to issue a formal challenge. What made things even more controversial was the noticeably different way he interacted with Thunder players. After Lugwins Dort was called for a foul, Brothers did not appear especially strict or serious and was even seen smiling while talking with Dort. That contrast in behavior led many fans to question whether the officiating was truly fair. Finally,
Yeah, Tony. Here's the thing: if you're a ref, and Tony Brothers, I believe was definitely favoring the Oklahoma City Thunder in that one. Absolutely, 100%. I mean, it felt pretty obvious to me. It seemed pretty obvious to me too. That's what I think. Oh, Karen Bass is slammed for doubling down on bad policies. Let's take a listen.
It's 2:11 in the morning in California, but today is the day there. Voters are going to head to the polls to decide Los Angeles' next mayor as the candidates make their final appeals to voters.
I think we know how reality stars make it when they are in government, and what's going on is not the best picture.
No matter how much I am attacked with these lies that have nothing to do with my heart and my spirit, I just want people to feel safe.
I'm used to being underestimated, but I know that the message that we're running on resonates with people.
No, it doesn't. Your message doesn't resonate with anybody.
Political strategist Katie Zachariah joins us now. Katie, good morning to you on the East Coast today, but focusing on your home state of California and a race that's really become one of the biggest national stories out there, which is the LA mayoral race, as tight as a tick with this disruptor and Republican turned independent Spencer Pratt. And the question everybody wants to know is, can Pratt make it past the primaries in liberal LA?
I would love to see Spencer Pratt make it in the primaries. You know, this state is controlled by the Nancy Pelosi's, the Gavin Newsom's, the Kamala Harris's, and the Democrat Party. And you have Ramon in there, and she's polling very closely to Karen Bass. And I believe the DNC is keeping her in to basically push Pratt out. So California's jungle primary really doesn't allow a fair race for a Republican and Democrat. It consolidates whoever the Democrat.
I still think that Spencer Pratt is popular enough to win. And we're going to see. I don't know when we're going to see it. I'm going to look this up. When will we know who the Los Angeles mayor is? Oh, we got live results. Let's see. Okay, so it's when do the polls close is the question. I think what's going to happen is we'll see later today. But I really am hoping that Spencer Pratt wins. Like, I really want Pratt to win so badly. I'm so sick of these socialists and communists ruining places like California. Like, they're bad. Here's the thing. They have a whole bunch of socialist policies. And it's terrible. It's terrible, terrible, man.
Democrats or whoever the majority, in power want to keep in. So I'm having a difficult time watching those poll numbers and thinking Spencer Pratt is going to be able to pull at least ahead of Rahman here in the end, except if we get those independent voters out and they surge on Tuesday, today in California.
And let's be clear. Spencer Pratt clearly is the story. But as we know, in every election since the dawn of time, turnout is the main issue. And my question for you is, who's excited to turn out today for Karen Bass?
People who have been absolutely disregarded, discarded, and ignored. The taxpayers.
Well, I mean for Karen Bass.
For Karen Bass. Yes.
Who's saying, like, I am so excited to go out, get up early, head to the polls, and pull that lever for Karen Bass?
That is a very difficult question because conversely,
I don't know how anybody could vote for Karen Bass at this point, considering that her and Gavin Newsom collectively together have made LA a shit show. I'm serious when I say that, dude. I firmly believe that both of them have made LA a shit show.
I was saying the people turning out for Spencer Pratt are excited for solutions. The people turning out for Karen Bass are just going to be the same old tired Democrats that vote party line and don't really want to hold these people accountable.
Yeah.
They're not going to be people from the Palisades. They're not going to be people who are experiencing the constant homelessness on their streets. They're going to be just the tired old Democrat voter that is going to keep the establishment in.
Yeah, and let's listen to two people who, to Todd's point, are not excited to vote for Karen Bass, two prominent California residents. One is the creator of Entourage. His name is Doug Ellen. He says he did not vote for Donald Trump, but is supporting Spencer Pratt now. The other is Bill Maher, whose voice you will hear after we listen to Doug. Watch this.
You say, oh, Spencer Pratt has no experience, so how can we possibly think about this?
Well, Karen Bass doesn't have any experience really either. And so far, she's proven to be a very ineffective mayor. So I think Pratt's winning it, dude. Yeah. But yeah, man, I think Pratt's winning. Give me one moment, everybody.
What experience did Karen Bass have? And that's where we are in LA, and we want to fix this place.
You just have the exact right. I didn't know until I talked to you, honestly, today. But you have the exact right.
Boy Robert, what up, Brony? We got Boy Robert 371. Thank you for the emojis. I appreciate those emojis. If anybody wants to send any gifts, feel free. Let's go, dude.
Impatience with this. It's very authentic. Your impatience with it, and you're just, it's good.
You know, these two people, they touch upon two different things when it comes to Spencer Pratt. Bill Maher talking about his authenticity. When it comes to Doug Ellen, he says his home was broken into, and he's tired of these deteriorating conditions in Los Angeles, and talks about the fact that Spencer Pratt has no experience, but maybe what LA needs right now is not a lifelong politician. Does that message?
Yeah, lifelong politicians suck. Like, I really am. I'm tired of the corrupt-ass lifelong politicians who make things worse, who are only in it for the glamour and not to make any effective change in their local area. That pisses me off.
Resonate in Los Angeles?
The message resonates actually very personally. I left Brentwood. I could be voting for Spencer Pratt today if I still lived there, but my home was broken into as well. So what he speaks to is to the heart of every single Los Angeles resident that has been, again, discarded and forgotten. And those are the people who are actually doing the work, holding down the fort, paying taxes, keeping their lawns nice, keeping their homes nice. And Bill Maher, to the point of relatability, all you need is someone to.
Spencer Pratt's completely relatable. I feel like Spencer Pratt's pretty damn relatable in my opinion. I really do. I think he's the man. Spencer Pratt's awesome.
Be able to say, I want to address the issues.
Boy Robert is saying Garza knows he's him. I am him.
That you're facing, and Karen Bass just continues to double down on the bad policies. We're not going to address the drug addiction problem. We're just going to pretend like we're going to shift all the funds to homelessness. We're not going to address the fire problem. Like 19 permits have been issued for the Pacific Palisades. Not one single home has been entirely rebuilt, and that was the fires were 497 days ago.
It's a question, I think, of do you want no experience versus bad experience? And in many instances, I'd rather have the novice.
I would rather have the no experience because clearly under Karen Bassul, it's been a bad experience. It's been a crappy one. So LA is, you could argue that LA is worse off under Karen Bass. Yeah, Brad Minus says the best California governors were entertainers. Why wouldn't Spencer Pratt do a good job as mayor? I think he'd do a fantastic job as a mayor. And I think low-key a lot of people are pissed off at the establishment. They're upset, and I can't say I blame them. I completely get it.
Yeah. With the no experience.
I completely get it.
Speaking of experience, this young lady is headed out on a plane right after the show to go be with Trace Gallagher for the 2-hour live coverage of tonight's primaries. Get some sleep on that plane, Katie Zachariah. Please make sure.
It's going to be entertaining, man. The L.A. mayoral race. Who's going to win it? I think Spencer Pratt is going to get an overwhelming amount of the vote. I think people are done with the left in Los Angeles. I'd like to believe they are. You'd hope that they would be, unless they just like to shoot themselves in the foot, I guess. You know.
Hey, thank you for starting your day with us
we
and also
appreciate that.
ending it with Fox as well. We appreciate it very much.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Pretty good stuff, though, man. Oh, Reckless Ben responds. Let's take a listen.
Can you hear me now?
Testing.
Yep. Can you hear us?
I just had to exit.
So this podcast, just to fill you guys in, reviewed the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs company. And that interview was pretty bad. Sucked. And now this same podcast is going to be interviewing our boy, Reckless Ben. And I'm on the side of Reckless Ben. I want to make that very clear. Bricks and Minifigs is a terrible company, and after watching everything I watched, I want to make it a mission of mine to basically tell people to avoid Bricks and Minifigs. I think most people will now. They deserve it.
Get out and go back in, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, cool. StreamYard's been weird.
So
yeah, we had to leave. I'm here with Victor. We had to leave because the music was too loud in our live stream. Our neighbors started blasting music, but we basically made it through like 80% of it, I think, or 90%. But dude, first off, you guys did the best job ever. Oh my gosh, you guys got everything out of them that we wanted to know, so you guys killed it. So I want to set that straight first. Any hate you guys are getting is wrongful hate.
Thanks, man.
I think you guys did the best. I made sure in my live stream to tell you, my audience, that also that, like, you guys are getting more information out of Bricks and Minifigs right now than anyone, which is sick.
Yeah, for real.
Thanks, man.
I'm getting both the top people in there. Yeah, that's definitely.
But so you did ask the 3 questions, and his answers seem to be the consignments are not allowed in the contract, but consignments are allowed in the contract. But you said they're not allowed. What's that? And his response was, consignments aren't allowed. Is that again? But then I was holding up the contract saying, like, consignments are allowed. It says right here. So he didn't really address why it says they're allowed. He just said, he's like, just take my word for it. I mean, am I correct that? Am I correct in that, or?
Yeah, it seemed like he blanketed they're not allowed. And again, taking shots at myself.
It sounds like they are allowed because it was allowed.
I did have some documents. Would have been a good time to pull them.
But here, if the previous owner of the franchise was breaking the rules, wouldn't you, as the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, do whatever's right to make it right? No, of course not.
But it's my understanding there's different.
And they're even their official, by the way, their official social media said that those collections belonged to Brian Mansell, and that they're basically holding it. So it's like Bricks and Minifigs is caught in a perpetual lie, and they're going. I think Bricks and Minifigs is going to go completely out of business as a franchise. I really do. I think they are. I think all their franchises are going down the tube.
Versions of them. So again, dude, that's one of those things, like, I just keep getting back to, like, we can bring up this ticky-tack stuff. You can, I can, they can. And it's just like your core mission and everyone's mission here is, like, you can bring up whether it's allowed, it wasn't. It's like, get the guy paid, get him his Legos back, the whole thing, you know? I just want to circle back to that.
Well, these are my 3 questions were based on their 3 arguments of why they can't give them back. So if these 3 questions that I asked tonight are true, then they're correct. They shouldn't give the Legos back. But these are the 3 reasons they're not giving the Legos back. So basically, I'm just saying, well, if these are the 3 reasons, can you please clarify on this? You know?
Yeah.
The second. Oh, what?
Well, I was gonna say, but dude, what my point is too, and I appreciate you, like, bringing more clarity to that. But, like, for me, it's like, even if it's allowed, not allowed, whatever, it still went down. It doesn't mean that things can just evaporate and have no accountability. You know what I mean? Whether it's a technicality or not.
How you asked. I like driving right now, but I liked how you asked him twice. Even if you're 100% right and they're wrong, if you had to go back in time, would you send the 50, 60K, 100K? And it's a very simple yes or no question. But he didn't want to answer it. He literally was like, I want to do what's right. And if I had to make a decision, like, one person would have got the short end of the stick. It's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. I was. Well, I mean, he did end up coming around, and I think the 3rd time I hit him with it, and I know you guys are busy over there, he did say he would have liked to have changed it, and again said it under a hypothetical, which you have to. Right?
Okay. We probably need to hear that part then.
Yeah.
Well, he said they're gonna, like, basically show the inventory, so I guess we'll see. Sorry, my voice is so dead right now. I'm, like, shouting. I can clearly get words out.
You and me both, man. I'm like, I don't sound the same. But no, you again, dude. And I hope you guys are aligned too with, like, I hope they do take the offer of coming to the table, and, you know, and I did say, like, if the door's really open for Brian to do that, I hope, you know, he brings receipts of, like, if he tries to and they don't allow it, or if they do.
We have receipts. We've showed everything we've ever claimed in our video. We have receipts in all 3 videos. So when he said, I think he said something like with the metadata timestamp stuff, he's like, I haven't seen those pictures. It's like, so he hasn't watched our video then. Like, he's like, the timestamped pictures are for 2022. I'm like, no, it's literally the day the owner was getting kicked out of the store, the exact, not just the day, but the time she was getting kicked out of the store.
He was referring to a different one, that 2023.
Yeah. So he's like 2023. So he's like, the metadata timestamp is 2023. However, in our video, we have showed that the metadata timestamps are not then. It's when the owner's getting kicked out of the store. And you can see Brandon Best in the background. So he's like, oh, this is when they first got put. No, like we've shown all these receipts. So basically his answer is just plead ignorance. Oh, I don't know. But that's not answering the question. You know, it's not,
Yeah.
oh, I don't know about this. He does know about it. He's pretending to not know because if he does, then he gets exposed as being a thief. It's like,
Well, and that's
or
the
he
risk of
truly
doing
hasn't
this.
watched the video. But
Yeah, well, and that's the risk of doing this because I said the risk of doing this and getting some negative feedback, some warranted, some not, I'll say, is that, you know, we said at the outset, like, he's going to answer what he's comfortable with answering. That's the way it is with all this stuff, you know what I mean? Or answer it in a way that's favorable to them. Absolutely, it's expected, you know what I mean? So to try, you know, so for some of that stuff, do we wish it was completely 100% forthright, just being dudes talking at the bar? I tried to set the table like that. No,
but no,
absolutely
you guys,
can't be.
but,
You know?
but you guys are heroes for getting this information out of them. You know what I mean? Like, you guys
Thanks,
are
dude.
heroes for getting him to say that, for sure. And you guys deserve no hate for, like, that was an awesome thing. You guys helped him dig the biggest hole ever. Like, now he looks like even more of a liar, and that's all thanks to you guys. So that's awesome.
Well, I don't know if that was the intent. We're just trying to get
Okay,
conversations
I'll say
going,
this. I don't think it was like your intention or anything like that, but
Yeah.
Ben is basically thanking you for, you know, bringing the light out of the light out the day.
Markel 10 says, ask Reckless Ben about small claims court. He said that they don't win and show no proof, that you didn't win and didn't show any proof or case number. Can you ask Ben to show proof or case number? And if you did that on your video, I apologize.
Sorry, I was talking to Victor. Can you repeat that question one more time?
Yeah, we got a super in here from Markeel, I believe. I'm sorry if I'm butchering pronunciation. Small claims court. CEO said that you guys didn't win and you didn't show any proof or case number. Can you prove that you won those court cases?
So he's correct. We did not win the court case. We filed motion for default judgment because they didn't respond. And so the day after we filed motion for default judgment, they closed the store down.
Okay. So that explains that. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's going to.
Yeah, I mean, default judgment, it happened. So Ben won. Reckless Ben won technically, but of course they shut down the store just so they couldn't pay him out.
Be receipt time soon enough, you know, and there's a couple things I just keep circling back to, like a safety blanket, but like I just can't wait to see it play out. What's your involvement going to be on this going forward, by the way? You're going to continue covering, or you can't, or you can, or up to a degree, or what's your involvement going to be?
I'll say, you guys have no clue if you guys thought video 1 and 2 were bad, like video 3 gets even worse. We have even crazier stuff planned for video 4. Like,
yeah,
just wait is all I have to say.
Basically, like, the video series won't end until
Brian gets his Legos back.
Until
Yeah.
justice is served. Like, basically, what that entails is either he gets his money or he gets his Legos back.
Either Bricks and Minifigs does what's right, or we find out in some weird way that Crystal was the evil person and Bricks and Minifigs was just an innocent victim, which there is still a small chance of that. There is still a small chance that Crystal is all a big misunderstanding. Crystal manufactured all these metadata time pictures and stuff. Crystal actually did steal all the Legos. Maybe that's the case, and then she would have to pay. But if I had to guess, and this is just a guess, I'm guessing that's not the case, but it could be, you know? But whoever the bad guy is, we're going to find out and we're going to take him down.
And you and that was good, man, because we talked about that privately, and I wasn't going to say it until you said it just now, but you are willing to walk back at least aspects or most of it. If it is found out that Bam is innocent, you'll walk it all back, right?
Ben has no pride.
I've treated Bam and Crystal 50-50, the exact same. I've given them the exact same treatment. I've asked them the exact same questions.
I see sirens. What's happening?
Oh, there's a what's it called? Ambulance.
It's turned into one of your videos. Yeah, you've treated them fairly. Go ahead.
I've treated them equally. I've asked them both equal questions. Bricks and Minifigs always claims they're going to give me the proof, but never does. Oh, we'll send you the inventory list. Oh, we'll give they always claim they're going to do the right thing. They never do. Crystal has given me receipts for Crystal never says anything unless she gives me receipts that go along with it. So it's a person who's documenting all this, I am more inclined to believe the person who gives me the receipts. And since I'm not getting receipts from Bricks and Minifigs, I'm trying extra hard to get receipts from them. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, that's understandable.
So at that point, that's where we're at. But Crystal could, maybe she's faking everything, you know? But so far, treating both sides equally, it seems like Bricks and Minifigs are going to be the bad guys, but I guess we'll see.
I mean, it definitely seems like Bricks and Minifigs is the bad guy in this. It really does. I mean, they have been extremely uncooperative and honestly so accusatory towards Reckless Ben and his crew. Honestly, like, I'm inclined, obviously, to take the side of Reckless Ben and his crew. I think that they're the innocent ones in all this, and they're really trying to be in a lot of ways, the Robin Hoods to solve this problem.
Yeah. Lots to come on this. So your commitment is to follow up on this until it's resolved one way or another. Whoever's found guilty, if it's multiple, or you're waiting to see it through. And I think that's where we're at too. We'll check in on it when there's big developments. Obviously, everybody stay tuned to Reckless Ben and his coverage. And again, in the spirit of fairness, stay tuned for what all other parties are saying and their inputs on this until it comes out, because somebody's going to be found out in this thing for sure. Or maybe not.
What do you think the outcome is going to be? Like, how long do you think this is going to play out?
No, they can't say, or else they're not going to get more. They're not going to get their CEO back on if they say.
Okay, all right.
No,
we want them to keep talking to the CEO and stuff.
No, I think it's one of those classic cases where a lot of people are wrong, and then you got to figure out what degree each one is. You know what I mean? It's like two sides to everything. There's mistakes made, I think, all over the place on this thing.
Yeah, and the problem,
based on what I know.
So the problem with Bricks and Minifigs is when I tried to hear Crystal's story, she told me her story. When Bricks and Minifigs tried to tell me their story, they called the police on me.
Yeah,
that's true. That is very true, and that is very suspicious of Bricks and Minifigs, because they immediately called the police on Ben. Crystal was actually willing to work with Ben on this, like give the receipts and everything. So, I mean, that's a totally different story. So I'm more inclined to believe that Bricks and Minifigs are the terrible ones. Crystal did everything right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or when I tried to hear Bricks and Minifigs side, I got the police called on me, and then they told me that I was going to shoot everyone inside the building or something. So that came because
so the fact that Bricks and Minifigs has been lying every single step of the way, Bricks and Minifigs has been making false police reports. Honestly, I'm inclined to believe that Bricks and Minifigs is the devil in this story.
I was trying to hear their side of the story.
And they also called the cops to say that one of our buddies has heroin in his car.
Oh, that was me, yeah. But
that is so insane. That is so bloody insane.
So that was after we were at this point we were trying to hear their side anymore. Like we already tried that. That was like already in Utah. But like basically I'd say I treated both sides equally. Like tell me your side. One side told me their side, which was Crystal's side. One side called the cops on me. Like what do you do at that point, you know?
What are you supposed to do with that? Yeah, that makes sense. It says they claimed small claims court cases were made against unrelated parties and not BAM. And the cases were dismissed, not ruled default judgment. What's your take on that?
I don't know. I called the court and they said they were doing default judgment, and I filed the motion for it. So I can show that. But yeah, I worked with the court. I said, hey, what LLC do we sue? And the court helped us fill out all the paperwork, and then we sued them. They said, hey, they haven't responded. You can get motion. I have it in the video. You can watch the video of me talking to the court, and like it's in the video.
Gotcha.
So, Sean, we have a question from Big Bob, who has donated a lot tonight.
Yeah, Big Bob.
So, a question for Ben. Question for Ben just says, please ask Ben if he has been contacted by any outside agencies regarding an investigation into the American Fork Police Department. I mean, either you can or you can't say. I mean, don't.
No, I'll say everything. I don't care. I'm not going to be like Bricks and Minifigs. Legally, I can't talk about this. No, dude. I mean, like, if there's nothing to hide, why not just talk about everything? So, not yet, but I will say Yeah, I can talk about this. Legal Eagle's team reached out and they said, we're going to hook you up with the best lawyers ever with even.
Oh, Legal Eagle is even trying to help out on this one. That's awesome, dude. So Legal Eagle on YouTube is trying to help out Mr. Reckless Ben, dude. I love it.
Better lawyers than Bricks and Minifigs. So it's not like an investigation team, but I think we're going to go after him legally, yeah. And then all of the money we make, we're going to do a giant prank on Bricks and Minifig. The giant legal prank.
Wait, you want to spoil stuff, dude?
I don't know if you guys have seen this yet because I think it was just posted very recently, but American Fork Police released a statement just a few minutes ago saying there is no warrant for your arrest.
Let's go!
Not anymore because I went to court. There was a warrant, though.
I don't know if it's currently or what, but it's...
There was two warrants. There was two of them.
If you do AF_police, there's an official press release on there about it. Just
Were
so
they
you guys
revoked?
Oh, wow. The American Fork Police actually put out... No way. American Fork Police. Let's take a look. They actually released an official statement? No way. I'll believe it when I see it. So let's take a look here. So that means Tiny Lion Gaming says Legal Eagle, the goat for that, I'm assuming. They're effed and they know it. Too late, bro. Scorched earth on American Fork, dude. Yeah, American Fork Police Department, dude. Terrible. Doesn't seem to be working. Well, the link I'm clicking on doesn't appear to be working, so I'll just go to their home. Oh. Here's their Facebook page. So the American Fork Police Department has their own Facebook page. Let's take a look. Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs is gonna get totally
Yeah, I've already been to court. No, this got resolved. I went to court already, but I've been to court like 5 times already. But at the time of me making the video, there was 2 warrants for my arrest.
So they must have revoked it then.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
so
there's
I went
body
to court,
cam footage. But body cam footage.
No.
Well, it's possible that the reason that they revoked the warrants for his arrest is because they had to do a full review of everything that was going on, because probably they've been getting a lot of hate emails, hate mail. They've been flooded on their Facebook page, it looks like, with comments like everybody's hating on the American Fork Police Department, and because they're basically aligned with Mormons, and that sucks. And I'm not a fan of the Mormon religion at all. I think it's so stupid. I think most religions kind of dumb, but yeah.
Oh, nice.
What were they trying to arrest you for anyway? Like specifically.
So one of them's in part 3. I think it's
give us a nugget.
Eamon,
Give us a nugget.
Eamon called the police department saying that I threatened them. Either give us the Legos back now, or I'm going to burn the place down and shoot everyone inside. That was one of them. The other one was...
Tell them about the repercussions that could possibly happen. Was it 20K, 20 years, whatever?
Oh, yeah. They're trying to get me on a Class B felony, 20 years in jail for that one. And then the other one is, this was just a flaw in the court system. They sent me a Zoom link that didn't work. So when I logged into Zoom, it wouldn't let me log in. So immediately I called the court and said, hey, your link is broken. They said, okay, we'll let the judge know. But they forgot to let the judge know.
Wow.
So I had a second warrant for that, yeah.
For not showing up to court.
Yeah. And so in the they already apologized to me, said, hey, this is bad on the court. We severely apologize for this. So that's already been taken care of too. But yeah, those were the 2 warrants.
Danny, can you post your question again? You had something and I lost it. Oh, no, we had that.
Yeah, we are showing up
Yep,
to
we
the
got that.
place. We have to be.
All right.
How far away are we?
7 minutes.
Okay, we got 7 more minutes, and then we'll be at our
No,
destination.
it's all good.
so.
No, we appreciate you guys taking time. You've had a busy night, and like I said, you know, I had hoped to bring everyone together, meeting at the same time, but we understand why that couldn't happen.
Dude, he's gonna log off. So he's not gonna.
Well, no,
talk.
they're not. I mean, they made it clear, and we kind of, you know, at the outset, like, you know, because you guys have some stuff to hash out, to put it lightly. So, you know, we appreciate you doing your thing over there, and you know, jumping over to us after, you know,
nice.
their portion. Again, that's why we wanted to be like, we want to hear from all sides of this
No,
thing.
dude, you guys are doing Lord's work right now. You guys are getting the most. You're getting more information than me right now, which is sick. So
I love it, dude. And I just love. I'm not gonna lie, Reckless Ben. I love this guy's energy, dude. He's so cool. Like, this guy's the man, dude.
I want to help you guys out as much as I can. Yeah.
We're not. We're supposedly not very good at it. So thank you.
Yeah, appreciate the love.
Oh man.
No one else is getting right now. So.
Who else? Who else are they talking to? Really?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Besides
No one.
besides ChatGPT for their PR team.
Oh no, did Odin make a return? Odin Borson says, Larson, I'm aware of the restrictions. Tiny Line Gaming says, let's see, every one of the cops involved with the case need criminal charges. Yeah, dude, honestly. Yeah, they were violent. Dude, those cops were corrupt. Those Utah cops were terrible, dude. They were awful. Like, I hope they get what they deserve.
Yeah, I wanted to. Oh, and by the way, yeah. So funny story, dude. I think I sent you that. I was in a theater at the time, and my phone's it's been blowing up. Period.
Tiny Lion Gaming says, holy moly, does he wait with bated breath for Garza to go live? He probably does. He waits for me.
Anyway, but I'm like at the movies, and somebody's like, they're talking about you guys on H.
Tiny Lion Gaming says he must have the Garza bell on. He probably does, dude. That's hot. Hey, you guys, thank you guys so much for subscribing to the channel. We're at 10,716 subs. Once again, we're at 10,716 subscribers, so make sure you guys tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner. It really does help the channel grow in more ways than one. Boom, let's go.
3 and all this, and I'm like, man, I'd rather not be in the theater.
Yeah,
and
give you guys
that.
a big shout out. Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. I was like, that's wild. Let's see.
Here's another one that wants to know Ben's take on.
So this actually might be a new Odin, potentially. Larson Christopher says, Garza, you need another monitor for the chat stream, slacker. I know, I don't really pay attention to the chat as much as I probably should. I'm lazy as fuck with the chat, dude. Like, I have 2 monitors, by the way. I have 2 monitors. I'm just pretty much just fixated on the one majority of the time. I could actually just check on this one real quick. Tiny Lion Gaming is saying, double tap screen now, liberals, if you hate Donald Trump. Oh my god. That's funny.
We hit this one.
Did you do that one? Okay,
yep,
sorry,
yep.
I was trying to go back to
It's all good. Please ask Ben, do daddy do poo poo dance? Yes or no, and why?
Okay, so legally I actually can't answer that question. My
I don't even know what they're talking about on that one, but I don't even know if I want to know. I don't know if I want to. All right, let's keep rolling.
Legal team has told me. My legal team has told me I'm not allowed to answer that one. Because if it might expose me with everything if I answer that. I'm gonna use my Fifth Amendment right on that question.
So we got people. You're asking for receipts and proof all the time. Mark Heel that asked the question earlier said, "Can you find the case number and files for those small claims things and post them somewhere on your socials after?"
Yeah, it's in the video.
Okay.
Well, it might be in part 2. I don't know if it's in part 1. Definitely in part 2. No, it's definitely in part. Okay, it's definitely in part 1. If you like zoom into the court documents, like you can see like the stuff. But it's definitely. I'll make a note
They're
to
on
put
they're
that
on
in the
Reddit.
next
People are
Laugh
saying
out
too,
loud.
people-
Thanks for all the laughs, buddy.
Hey, you got it, Tiny Lion Gaming. Thank you for the super chat, my brony. Hell yeah, dude. Everybody give a shout out to TLG, baby. Hey, goal achieved. Thanks to the participants. Real Garza just achieved the goal. Thank you, Tiny Lion Gaming. You just helped me get the first super chat of the day. Let's give Tiny Lion Gaming some love. You're welcome, brother. Anything I can do to entertain you guys. Much love, my man. Much love, my friend. Hey, thank you, Tiny Lion Gaming, man. I love you, bro. You're a good dude. You're a good dude, brother. Appreciate you, man. But everybody give a shout out to Tiny Lion Gaming for the super chat. Mucho apreciado, brother.
I want to see them. So
Yeah.
okay, cool.
CPA wants to know,
It's a bit-
Ben, if you're going to go to Brick World Chicago.
There's like so much that happens behind the scenes. Like the court stuff was 100% real. Like we had a 10-way call, and like Ben was kind of helping out.
Now we love our boy Tiny Lion Gaming on this channel, man. TLG, baby. TLG. TLG.
Everybody like file for.
Yeah, it's been 1,000. That was so actually
crazy.
That was the biggest expense of the whole video. Yeah, I forgot.
There's so much that happens. It's like it might be 5 seconds of the video, but it might take hours. I'm not even.
Yeah, I spent so long. Filing 10 court cases. I did the most of the work in that, like just doing all the paperwork.
Getting
it's
Ben
so much work.
Getting Ben out of jail was a whole ordeal. Like we couldn't get cash. We had to like run around the freaking at like 12 o'clock. It was insane.
Wait, we only have
That
2
was,
minutes.
Like 5
Wait,
hours.
that's the last question. We only have 2 minutes. Sorry. The last question.
Yep. It's not a question. This is a statement though, and it's something that's pretty consistent. Let me post it. This is from Fritz's Bricks here. I'm going to put it here because it wouldn't let me pull it up from the chat. But basically, a BAM store on average makes roughly $500,000 a year. There's 300 stores times that number, 174 million. BAM takes 7%, which means they receive roughly 10 million. 200 is a drop in the bucket. I mean, this whole thing, dude. That's the whole thing. Is like to make it go away. What would you have done? I can ask you, Ben. We don't have to be hypothetical. You're in charge tomorrow.
So
what would you
I
have
would have
done
done
if this was
different.
Russ? Yeah.
I would have done different. It depends on who I am. Am I Josh and Brandon, or am I the CEO?
You're the CEO in this case. Yeah.
If someone comes up and makes a huge claim like this, I would probably listen to them. I'd probably say, "Huh."
You got to investigate it. Yeah, exactly. You got to investigate it, see how real it is, see how legitimate it is. Take a look at the evidence and go from there.
I would not call the cops on them. I would say, "Huh."
And just so
yeah, the fact that they kept calling the cops on Ben totally makes no sense. The fact that the cops kept getting called on Ben was the weirdest thing about this. It's wild, dude. Wild.
People can visualize
I'll look into this.
too. Just so people can visualize this, the amount of money they make versus what is being asked for is less than. It's less than what was it 0.02% or around that. So to give you a visual, if you had $1 that represents all the money that you make per year, you're literally giving them less than 1 penny to make this up. Less than 1 penny out of your dollar.
So I'll say this. Here's the differences I would do with Eamon. First, I would not call the police and make bomb threats in their name, or fire threats in their name. Sorry, I would not do that. That's something Eamon did do that I would not do. Second off, I would listen to them, and then have a conversation with Josh and Brandon and be like, hey, maybe.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, exactly. I think that Josh and Brandon need to be investigated for sure. Tiny Lighting Gaming agreed. Wholeheartedly agree on that one.
Some of my franchises, maybe one of my franchises messed up, and now I'm going to hold them accountable for that. That's what I would do. And the third thing I would do is I would not lie. I would not make up lies to cover my franchise. I would.
Yeah, that just makes things worse. And the fact that it got founded out that they were doing all these lies and covering them up, it just blows my mind, man.
Acknowledge that my franchise made a mistake and see what we could do to fix it. I would not lie to cover it up. So those are the differences that I would do of me versus Eamon. Josh and Brandon, I would have done an inventory list. I would have shown the inventory list and said, hey, if Crystal did steal the Legos, I would want to prove that. I would not want to say, hey, you have to take my word for it. I would want to show proof that, hey, someone else stole this, not me. Because right now everyone thinks I stole it. I want to show as much proof as I can that they didn't steal it, but they're not doing that. Another thing I would do, if I said that someone could get the Legos back that we still have, I would not use that as a trap to try to get them arrested. I would try to actually give them the Legos back, and then I wouldn't, if someone provided me a contract and said, hey, here's the inventory list, here's the Legos, I would not call the cops on them. I think Josh's response to that was, are you stupid?
Yeah.
So I would not say that.
I tried to get into that. I was like, why was he kind of, yeah, I was kind of like, he was like, it seemed from your video that he was taunting you with that they did have the sets, and I called it a big dick contest because it was like, do it, go apologize, and I'll do, and that whole portion of the video. By the way, I've only given
so
them
I wouldn't do any of that.
Watch it again. Yeah.
Right.
All right,
we
boys,
are in our location, so we have to go. So sorry, but thanks for having us on.
Yeah, man.
Any last things you want to say? Or... Sweet.
That's
Bye.
it.
All right,
Thanks,
later, guys.
Bye.
Later, bud.
Thanks.
Later, man.
All right, so there you go, Brent. Both sides of the coin. Both sides of the coin. There. We got Bam on. We got one party on the other side. I don't know, man. We're talking about getting this resolved and wrapping it up, but it's like I feel like it's gonna be a minute for this to play out. It feels.
It's 100. It's been a minute already, and it's gonna continue to take more time for sure.
Yeah. Absolutely, man. Yeah, this whole ordeal, man, with bricks and minifigs is insane. I mean, the more I look into this, the more like crazed out I feel. I'm like, holy crap, dude. Is this like, bitch, are you for real? Bitch, are you for real? That's how I feel right now. All right, let's take a look here. No, it's cool that they were able to get Ben on the show, though. I love it, dude. Let's see. A reported Trump and Netanyahu rift explodes as new details emerge. I feel like it's probably nothing all that new, but we'll take a look here. Yeah, I think Karen Basul's going to lose, dude.
MAGA wants this guy to be mayor of the largest city in America. MAGA is beyond cook. So this is the guy that's going to be the next mayor of LA. Now, I'm really sorry to say this, but whenever I think of like an LA man, this is who I think of. I'm sorry.
It's kind of a Spencer Pratt actually is an LA man. He's using the crystals.
Like it is. I feel like
I love Spencer Pratt, but the guy is kind of cringe a little bit. I'm not going to lie, but I would choose. I still think that Spencer Pratt is still 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 3,000 times saner than Karen Bassul. That's what I think.
Like he's repping his people, isn't he? What the heck is that? It's a kaleidoscope for your third eye. It's so you can perceive the chakras with another.
My boy, Tiny Lion Gaming says the Honorable Mark Rubio went off on the Dems. Absolutely, he did. Hell yeah. Tiny Lion Gaming says Josh committed entrapment on Ben by convincing him to go to the store again after he was told by the cops he'd be arrested. Yeah, that's so messed up, dude. The people who own these, dude, Bricks and Minifigs as a company, even the CEO is a piece of crap. The whole entire Bricks and Minifigs company, it deserves to go down, dude. It deserves to go down. Tiny Lion Gaming says, I mean, really, stars have to be cringe and goofy to get famous. Aunt Willie says, I'm usually mean. I'm going to be nice and just say have a great day. Thank you, Aunt Willie. I appreciate you, brony. But yeah, no, Tiny Lion Gaming, I'm just going to call you TLG, man. TLG. Reality stars do have to be pretty cringe and goofy. I'm not going to lie. I think I would be a great reality show star. Like Spencer Pratt's inspiring me not to run as a mayor. I want to be a reality TV star. I think I have what it takes. I'm not afraid to be cringy on camera. I'm not afraid to be gross on camera. I think I lack what's called the embarrassment gene. You know what I mean? I think there is a defect in my mind, just a little bit of a defect, where I don't always feel, like I do feel embarrassed on occasion, but at the same time, I also don't give a fuck. So there's this side of me that doesn't really give a shit and is totally fine looking like a tard, basically. I love it. TLG says, that's nice, Aunt Willie. Imagine Garza being on Fish Tank. To be honest, Garza, I don't know if you could survive it. Dude, Fish Tank is like anarchy run amok. I've watched some of those Fish Tank clips, and my God, it's anarchy. It's anarchy run amok, dude. It's insane. There is nothing remotely sane about that show. I mean, I know it's not on like traditional TV. It's just a stupid show on the internet and stuff. But I don't think I could survive that, dude. I'd be cooked. I'd be cooked day one, dude. Day motherfucking one, dude.
Other people's souls. Didn't you know that? That's obviously what it is. MAGA wants this guy to be mayor of the largest city in America. MAGA is.
Yeah, that man played Diablo 1. Yeah, I'm still inclined. I would still rather, obviously, I'd rather have Spencer Pratt than Karen Bassul. How long could you secretly live in a mall? That actually looks kind of fun. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Rubio unloads on the Senate Dem. Let's see here.
We are the strongest nation on the planet Earth, and we're in a stalemate with Iran. And now we're begging to get back into a deal that you all trashed in the first place.
There's no one begging. I don't
Clearly,
know.
Yeah, no one is begging. Here's the thing. Dude, the Honorable Marco Rubio. That is so tight, dude.
This is
Senator Booker, your time's up.
But
Senator Rubio, since he's
I do
gone
want to
over,
address
you
some of
can
these points
respond.
because they go to the heart of the matter. No one's begging for anything here. The Iranians might be begging because their economy's losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day.
The Strait of Hormuz, I was listening to their conversations you had with some of my colleagues. We've now seen the Strait closed for months, and you explained that we're going to see an opening of the Strait, and ultimately the exchange we will get for that.
And he's asking, what is Fish Tank? I got to see this. Tiny Line Gaming is actually explaining it really well. So TLG says it's Sam Hyde's project, basically Big Brother with much less budget and much less rules. You win if the audience likes you, but it's like they basically try to push people to the limit. And he says, Sam Hyde, okay, definitely watching it. Now Rubio crashed out more than anything. Dude, Rubio did not, SKE, Rubio did not crash out. Yeah, let's take a listen to Rubes.
Is after that fact we will release certain sanctions. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I said. What I said was that if they open the straits, we will lift our blockade. The straits and the blockade are what are interrelated.
And so for the nuclear program, in exchange for getting rid of the fissile material out of country, I imagine, is what the highly enriched uranium, we would release sanctions. Is that correct?
Well, it's not just that. It's also their enrichment activity. They would have to, they would have to make very severe and significant concessions on what they intend to enrich in the future.
And already with the March relaxing of sanctions.
Well, I hear a doggy. That might be a little Bruce.
Allowing Iranians to sell oil to the Chinese. Estimates have been between $10 and $50 billion they got from that relaxing of sanctions. How much money might we see in a deal in our relaxings of sanctions in order to get rid of the highly enriched uranium and stop their enrichment?
Well, let me just tell you on that portion. The sanctions that were released on Iran were boats on the water. And so that oil was already out in the marketplace. It was sold at market rates, but the sanctions covered, and to the extent we've been able to enforce them, we have the revenues of those sales. So yeah, the Iranian oil was unsanctioned so that it could be sold, but the revenue would have to flow back to blocked accounts, which our sanctions were able to go after. We've also seized, I believe, 6 vessels in the Indo-Pacific that involved Iranian sanctioned oil on top of it. So that wasn't necessarily a trade. They didn't get $50 billion directly as a result of, they might have gotten some of it, they certainly didn't get the majority of it. They are now losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day in revenue because of the blockade. And the blockade exists because of what they're doing in the straits.
Right, and I guess the conclusion I have, and my time's expired, is that the Strait of Hormuz was open before this unjustified war. We're now...
No, it's justified. The war's very justified, by the way. And yeah, the Strait of Hormuz was open beforehand. So what? It's closed right now. The goal's to reopen it. Cory Booker's such a... Cory Booker's the worst, dude.
Scrambling to try to find a way to get it back opened again. Not only is it causing economic havoc to our country and to residents,
It's not causing economic havoc. I'm sorry gas is a little more expensive. I'm sorry it makes things a little more expensive. I'm not sorry. The thing is, did any of you guys complain when this happened under Biden? You do realize that gas prices got extremely high under Biden. Do we have goldfish memory, people? Because I feel like we got goldfish memory going on. That's what I'm feeling.
all around this nation, families trying to make ends meet. But you see on top of that, the Iranians finding ways to leverage that, as we allowed them to do with the Chinese for tens of billions of dollars. And so my point is, before we even get to a nuclear negotiation, this regime is getting money to rebuild, purchase more drones, cause more havoc. And this is before we're even trying to get back to
But I apologize. I don't understand how they're getting this. What revenue are you referring to?
Well, there's two sources of revenue we're seeing. One is the revenue from the Chinese. That's factually documented. And number two, the revenue that you're proposing that they should receive by releasing all of their highly enriched uranium, as well as in making a commitment about their enrichment capacities.
Okay, yeah.
Hold on. And that was the exact deal that you guys vilified, that the president and you vilified President Obama from happening.
By the way, the Obama deal was crap. Are there probably similarities to what Trump's trying to do with Iran? Probably. And I hope this isn't just a copycat of the Obama bill, the Obama one, because that would be stupid if we're fully copying it. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. No,
So
I don't
here
think
we
those
have
are
a
not the
worse situation where
Those are not the same
our
bills.
adversary and our enemy, who's causing havoc in the region, who is funding proxies and terrorists, has discovered, thanks to you all, the power of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz.
No, they didn't
which
discover.
is
They
all-
knew that a long time ago, and they've done it before.
Clearly, we all knew that a long time ago.
And they have done it before. It is true. Rubio's right. This isn't the first time Iran's ever shut down the Strait of Hormuz, just to let everybody know. This is not the first time.
That's why this...
And
they've done this way long time, not a long time ago, but this happens, dude. I'm not saying it should happen. In fact, we should make it to where Iran just has no power at all. Because Iran has shut down the Strait of Hormuz well in the past. And this is why Iran should have no power. Because Iran abuses their power. Iran's government abuses the power they have. And this is why Iran should just have no power. Period. End of story. I think most people would understand that I'm right on this. I'd like to believe.
Ill-conceived war should have never happened.
Yeah, but
you have made our adversary in a stronger negotiating position. We are the strongest nation on the planet Earth, and we're in a stalemate with Iran. And now we're begging to get back into
We're not in a stalemate with Iran. That is overly
a
exaggerated.
deal that you all
We're not
trashed
begging.
in the first place.
There's no one begging.
Cory Booker just likes to make President Trump look bad for no reason. Through lying, primarily.
I don't
Clearly,
Allegedly.
this is a
Senator
shame.
Senator Booker, your time's up.
But can
Senator
I just-
Rubio, since he's
I do
gone
want to
over, you
address
can
some of these points
respond.
because they go to the heart of the matter. No one's begging for anything here. The Iranians might be begging because their economy's losing hundreds of millions of dollars a day. That they are losing. Understand, Iran had street protests going on before all of this started. All of those factors, economic factors in Iran, are far worse today than they were 6 months ago when those protests were happening. They have hyperinflation. Their currency's completely devalued. They're struggling to make pay.
Yeah, their currency is cooked, by the way. Iran's currency is completely cooked. Iran's economy's in the toilet. You know, it's pretty darn obvious. But, you know.
Payroll for their government workers. Iran is in a very serious situation. And if it was up to the political class there, and I understand everybody there is sort of radical in some way, but if it was up to the people that actually like go to elections and wear the suits and you see on TV, they'd probably make a deal tomorrow. It's the issue they're facing is that the supreme leader and the IRGC Corps are a little bit more immune from those pressures until they can be convinced otherwise. And I think that's the direction that they're moving in, because the reality, I don't know where you're getting this perception that Iran is stronger. Iran has no navy left. They've lost a substantial percentage of their
Yeah, Iran's completely cooked, essentially.
defense industrial base, that Iran has lost a substantial percentage of their missile launchers, and their economy is far worse today, and I mean far worse today than it was 6 to 9 months ago. And they are looking at hundreds of billions of dollars of reconstruction costs just to get to where they were 6
Mr.
months
Rubio, you keep telling us how we're winning this war. The president keeps saying,
Well, the war's over
completely annihilated.
Oh, yeah, the war is over. It pretty much is over because Iran's cooked. They have no defenses. Come on, man. Come on.
The war is not over. And yet the American people see how we're losing at the pump and with their costs, and yet this thing still hasn't been resolved. Every day he tweets out.
It's been pretty much resolved. Here's the thing. Obviously, the U.S. has the upper hand. We're trying to negotiate with them because, to be honest, we want to try to avoid bloodshed, which makes sense. I don't I don't know. Cory Booker's just too low IQ, dude. Guy's terrible.
Oh, we've obliterated them, we've annihilated them, they're going to surrender, but yet we still find ourselves spending billions of dollars a week
Senator
on
Booker,
a war abroad.
you've gone way over, and
It would be nice if we had hearings where people.
Thank
had
you,
to be held
Senator
accountable.
Booker.
I think this is now the 4th video in 3 days I have made on this.
All right, let's take a look. I mean, so it looks like Karen Basul jabs at, let's see. Well, let's take a look.
Good on ya. I'm Jillian.
So the title of this is Karen Basul jabs at reality TV star Pratt as voters head to the polls. Let's take a listen.
This is America's Newsroom. So that top office in LA is on the ballot. Democratic Mayor Karen Bass is fighting hard now for re-election, but Spencer Pratt is creeping up. He is among the challengers, giving her a real run for her money in a city he says now needs to just be completely turned around.
So LA's got issues. It's got a rampant homeless crisis. It's got drug abuse that's extensive. Just about a month ago.
I mean, LA is pretty cooked, in my opinion. I know there's going to be people who don't agree with me on that, but I don't really care what you think. Look, LA is cooked. And I think if you have what was it? I don't know how many years a mayor has, actually, I forgot. But if you have 4 more years of Basul, you're screwed. I mean, LA is already a crappy city. Let's just not even candy coat it. LA sucks. I mean, look, LA's cool in the fact that there's it has nice weather, but actually it has some cool locations and stuff. But outside of that, though, LA is basically for the rich and the famous. And I don't really care to live in LA. But for those who do live in LA, wouldn't you want a mayor who actually gives 2 shits about your interests? And actually wants to solve the homeless problem instead of enable it? The drug problem's pretty bad. You know, you guys keep saying that Pratt doesn't have any solutions. He has solutions. He says, look, if you're doing fentanyl and super meth on the streets, you should get arrested. And when you get arrested, the only option you have is to basically go to a rehab to get off the fentanyl and the super meth. Sean Tweed says everyone is leaving that libtard hellhole. Understandable. No, Los Angeles is cooked, dude. If they vote for Basul, Los Angeles is cooked.
More than 40 pounds of fentanyl were seized in a massive raid that targeted LA's MacArthur Park. That is in right downtown LA. The community is still reeling from the devastating damage of the fires. Now today, 18 months after those fires, destroyed 11,000 homes, only about 60 have been rebuilt to the point of being lived in. As the city waits to see what comes next, all the candidates now making their final pitch on the trail.
I am determined. I am a fighter. We will take whatever happens tomorrow, which I believe will be a good outcome, and be ready to roll.
A lot of people say, oh, he doesn't
Karen Bass is right. It will be a good outcome because I think Spencer Pratt's winning it, dude.
have any experience, but we all have the experience living in this city. We know.
I mean, LA can't be that dumb. Los Angeles can't be that dumb. You know what I mean? Can they? I mean, they can. I think if you still live in Los Angeles, I think you're a dum-dum. I do. I'm going to be judgy on it. I'm going to be judgmental. I put the mental in judgmental.
We know what needs to be changed.
I share a lot of the frustrations that Angelinos have about the direction of Los Angeles, and I know that it can be better.
All right, Matt Finn has all the details for us this morning from LA. Matt, what can you tell us?
Hey, Julian, it's time for California voters to decide who's going to replace turned-out Governor Gavin Newsom and the next mayor here in Los Angeles. The current mayor, Democrat Karen Bass, fighting to keep her job. We caught up with Bass in the final hours at a diner yesterday where she used her signature attack on opponent Spencer Pratt.
It's not just that he has no experience in city government. I don't know that he's ever held a job in his life other than to be a reality TV star.
I mean, he does own his own business. Granted, it's a weird crystals business, but he does his own thing. Sorry, I still think he's more relatable than Karen Bassul, who is a devoted communist, by the way, and she's proud of it, unfortunately.
As Los Angeles struggles to keep Hollywood production in town, we asked Mayor Bass why she says Pratt's years of work as a reality TV star is not a real job.
Mrs. Bass, isn't a reality TV star a job? He made millions of dollars. Thank you.
The LA mayor.
I mean, he did make millions of dollars being a reality TV show star. And you know what he probably did? He probably invested most of it because he seems like a smart guy. He seems a little reckless, but he seems like a pretty smart guy overall. So you'd think that, you know, he would have done something with those millions. Hopefully he didn't go full MC Hammer.
Mayor's race has exploded with interest as former reality TV star Spencer Pratt has gained popularity and outraised Bass by millions of dollars. The third top-tier candidate is progressive councilwoman Nithya Raman. Some key issues: the open-air drug use across town, homeless encampments, and the historic fires that happened under Karen Bass's watch. Pratt says he's the common-sense candidate.
I just want people to feel safe. I want families to be able to thrive in the city. And it takes the whole city to actually change.
In the governor,
I think so, man. I love. Look, he's got good, positive, vibrational energy. I like it. I hope he wins.
Race. President Biden's former HHS Secretary Javier Becerra has surged, now considered neck and neck with Democrat Tom Steyer and former Fox News host Republican Steve Hilton. Now, in the governor's race, the top two candidates, regardless of party, will advance to the general election. Back to New York.
All right, Matt Finn up early for us in LA. Thank you.
So Kennedy is here, host of Kennedy Saves the World. LA, good morning to you.
Good morning.
LA is your home.
Yes.
Your home was a victim of the fires, and I would imagine this vote is personal to you.
Yeah, this is the first big election.
Do you believe, whether it's the people in LA or the state of California, that they are ready for a significant change?
I've never seen people more ready, and I don't like seeing them where they're at because people are so frustrated. They're still incredibly traumatized, and they can't get back in their.
And you can't really blame them for being traumatized at that point. You can't. You can just do the best you can to be understanding about it, and that's the thing.
Homes. And so that's the driving factor for people in Pacific Palisades. But, you know, this election is going to hinge on who is most agitated, who is most activated. And it's not the business as usual far left Democrats because, you know, we have seen their work play out before us. And right now it's a horror show in downtown Los Angeles, and it's a tragedy. And the west side of the city, where people, you know, they are completely displaced. They can't get back into their homes. They can't get permits. They can't get money from their insurance companies. So they are turning to someone who feels their pain. But, you know, Spencer Pratt has also been really diving deep into the homelessness issue. And I have yet to see Karen Bass go to Skid Row. You know, she likes to.
Is that right?
Yeah, she likes to talk about her.
She's actually never been to Skid Row. Damn. If you're the mayor of LA and you claim to care about the city, you'll go to those places. You will. But she doesn't. Like, I don't really think that Karen Bassul actually gives two craps about LA at the end of the day.
inside safe program, but why not go and talk to some of the zombies? You can't talk to them because they are out of their minds, slumped over, drooling, giving their pets fentanyl before they take it to see if their pet.
Yeah, that actually pisses me off, dude. When I heard about that, I had no idea that was happening. So these piece of shit drug addicts, they're abusing dogs. That pisses me off. Like, they're testing these drugs on dogs. Like, it's disturbing. It is levels of animal abuse that actually pisses me off to the core, because I am pro animal at the end of the day. I love animals. Like, it actually pisses, it angers me. That makes me angry. And, dude, that's so frustrating. Not frustrating, it hurts the soul, dude. But yeah, that's why, honestly, I think Spencer Pratt has more of a chance of cleaning up the streets of LA than Karen Bass-Soul does. He seems to actually give a shit about this. Also, I love the fact that the dude loves animals. So, I like it. I'm so sick of these democratic socialists, dude. They're idiots. They're dumb. Democratic socialism, you're literally taking two bad ideas and hoping that they become a better idea. I'm sorry, you can't take two shitty ideas and believe it's going to be a good idea. That's just stupid.
Let's survive.
Interestingly, so Spencer was on with Bill Maher, and Bill Maher seemed to be making the case that it's great you have all these, new ideas and outsider perspective, but if you want to carry the city, you're going to have to also get down and dirty on these issues that far left Democrats have cared about forever. Take a listen to the exchange. I want to see your response to that.
I don't need to know about solar, Okay, I need to focus on making sure the moms are safe and the animals are not being abused. That's my party.
I know, but if you're the mayor...
the solar panels, that's going to be somebody I'm hiring. That's my deputy mayor is going to worry about the solar panels.
No, Spencer, I got bad news. If you're the mayor, you are going to have to learn some of these issues more.
Solar panels. We're about 3 years from worrying about solar panels. We need to get all the naked drug addicts off of the sidewalks, and then I can worry about solar panels.
I love that. It's a great response. That is a fantabulous response, dude. See nothing wrong with that response. If anybody does see a problem with that response, just suck yourselves, dude. Seriously. Pratt's response was brilliant on that one, dude. Love it.
What do you think?
It all has to do with how you rank things in terms of importance when you're governing the city. And, for a lot of these progressives, it's things like solar panels and, a couple of apartments here or there that some of these mentally ill drug addicts don't even want to move into.
Yeah.
Solar is great eventually, but he's absolutely right. Like, what is...
I mean, people are tired. People have the fatigue. We're tired of fentanyl. We're tired of super meth. We're tired of these drugs. We're tired of enabling drug addicts. And the thing that pisses me off about California and Oregon, by the way, my state sucks too. We enable drug use. We basically are enablers. We're enabling these people to ruin their lives even further, and we're not really giving a shit about it. It's evil. It's fucking evil. And this is one of the reasons why I don't vote Democrat, because the Democrat Party is too stupid for their own good. The Democrat Party is the party of tardation, in my opinion. And I see stuff like this, like these drug needles and shit. If you are toking yourself up with that crap in public, you deserve to get arrested. And you need to go to drug rehabilitation. Because honestly, they're just going to throw... the alternative is they just throw you into jail, and then you come out of jail and seek out the drugs again. Truth be told, you have a better shot, at least, of not going back to that life if you go to rehabilitation. Because if you're going to shoot up those drugs in public, in front of people, and leave needles everywhere... Yeah, you need to go to rehabilitation. Straight up. No, I really do believe that the Democrats have become the party of insanity. Pure play insanity. It's just insane to me sometimes, man. It just blows my mind. It really, really blows my mind.
The priority, and Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom have completely lost sight of the basic livable aspects of cities and communities, and they have fallen apart.
Like they're prioritizing the aspirations.
Straining her arm, patting herself on the back for, you know, just a tiny blip in the homeless numbers. Like California, Los Angeles has a majority of the homeless people in the country, not just in the state.
Top 2 advance in the mayor's race, top 2 advance in the governor.
And those stats, I mean, dude, you should not be... I feel like Karen Bass-Sewell's proud of those stats, unfortunately. And it's just stupid, dude. It's just stupid. And like I've been saying the whole time, dude, LA's cooked. I really do. I think LA's cooked.
Governor's race. I think there are 50 candidates for governor.
Yes.
Steve Hilton's a Republican. He's been out there for several months. I don't know if he's one of the top 2, but he thinks he's got a shot. Watch here.
What's happening in LA is really exciting. You can see the same energy for change. Spencer's fantastic. Yes, I'm following his campaign. I'm right behind him. Obviously, we're very different. It's a non-partisan race in LA. I'm running as a Republican. But I think what you're seeing in the response to both our campaigns is the fact that both of us are outsiders. We've never run for office before, and we're both running with a lot of energy to shake up a system that is obviously broken. And I think people...
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And I believe California is a broken state if we're going to be honest with each other.
People are responding to that.
He launched a big campaign against fraud just yesterday, this week. I want to read a line from an AP article. It's kind of light, too, okay, compared to a lot of things you're talking about. Bass points to a drop in homelessness, though encampments and rows of rusting RVs remain a common sight in many neighborhoods. I think the question then becomes, will California reject that, or are they getting used to it? And if they're getting used to it, then they've learned to accept it.
Yes, and you know, unfortunately, the voters have been beaten down, and the ones who have gotten frustrated, they're not sticking around to vote. They're renting U-Hauls, and they're moving to Nevada and Texas, and even as far as Florida.
Oh, my dad's watching the show. My dad is saying that Spencer Pratt's not going to win. So you guys, okay, everybody in the chat, do you guys think Spencer Pratt's going to win, or do you guys think that Karen Bass-Sewell is going to win? I want to know. Everybody get in the chat right now. If you think that Mayor Bass is going to win, just type in Bass. If you think that Spencer Pratt's going to win, type in Pratt. Let's go. The chat is going to decide right now who's going to win, Pratt or Bass. Who's going to win? There's a lot of liberals that come into my chat, by the way, so I am kind of curious if you guys if you guys think that... I think Spencer Pratt's going to win it. I really do. I think that people are so tired of Karen Bass that Spencer Pratt's going to win this. So we got 3 people in the chat saying Pratt. Okay, does anybody in the chat think Bass is going to win? I'm going to be fair on this one. I'm going to be fair. I want to know, what do the people think? Do you think Spencer Pratt's going to win? Type in Pratt if you think Pratt's going to win. If you think Mayor Karen Bass-Sewell's going to win, type in Bass. Who's it going to be? I think my dad wants me to say Fuda or something. I don't know. I'm not going to dive into that. No, but here's the thing, though. Los Angeles has a major drug problem, has a major homelessness problem caused by a lot of the drugs. But rehabilitation, look, Los Angeles needs to stop being soft on crime. It's not racist to notice that there's a problem. All right? It's not a bad thing to notice that your city has a fucking problem. All right? Open your eyes, Los Angeles. You guys are one of the laughingstock cities of the world. Nobody respects you, Los Angeles. Nobody. Nobody respects me either. So we have something in common. Los Angeles and I have one thing in common. Nobody respects us. And it's true. Nobody respects LA. Nobody respects Michael Garza. Okay? Boom. Yeah, I think a lot of people are tired of the Democratic Party too. I'm gonna drink some water in a second. Yeah, my dad actually doesn't think Spencer Pratt's going to win, and who knows, maybe he's right. But my dad also doesn't know what's good for him. My dad doesn't understand what my dad actually here's the historical irony. My dad says he's a progressive conservative. So he's basically right wing. My dad's right wing. He wants what's good for the nation. So, and yeah, I guess I'm an independent. So what I want is less federal government and more. I think most problems should be solved on the state level. If you got a problem in Oregon, it needs to be solved in Oregon. Federal power should be minimal. It really should be.
I was in Florida this weekend talking to a bunch of former Californians. I don't want people to give up on that state, but if they're going to stay there and fight, they're going to have to vote for different people. I was on that stage with Steve Hilton and Spencer Pratt at the 1-year anniversary of the Palisades fire when Spencer announced his candidacy. You know who wasn't there? Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass, because they would have gotten booed off the stage.
Exactly. Because honestly, they allowed that fire to happen. Sorry, you guys. It just feels like it's getting a little hot and humid in here, so hold on. Well, yeah, and here's the thing. LA, you guys got to realize that LA, the people of LA are delusional. Delusional as hell. Oh, man. All right, let's keep watching.
People want to know why. Why did our town burn down, and why can't we rebuild? There's so many whys throughout the entire city and state that they cannot answer.
So maybe we'll have an answer by this time tomorrow, and maybe we don't, because California counts.
Here's the thing. That's crazy that they're not allowed to rebuild. So they're not allowed to rebuild their own homes. You serious? That sounds like craziness to me, man.
Slowly. Polls close at 11 o'clock tonight.
Ballots just have to show up today.
We shall see whether or not you get your wish, Kennedy. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks for joining us.
The best to you and everybody in California. All right.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox.
I think people should be pissed. I think they should. Why not? I mean, obviously people are pissed. That's wild, man. Crazy. Freaking wild, man. Well, Bernie Sanders is getting ripped for downplaying Plattner's past.
All right, the surging Spencer Pratt threatening to upend today's Los Angeles mayoral election as the tight race shines a spotlight on the blue city failures plaguing people living there. The city has become one of the symbols for homelessness, with its infamous Skid Row stretching multiple blocks, littered with drugs, trash, and violence. And that's seen in a lot of places across the city now. Washington Post reporter recently got a look for herself, quote, "As I drive around LA, the extent of the problem and the tragedy of it is startling. Homelessness isn't just about Skid Row, the infamous stretch of LA where about 4,000 people are encamped. It is seemingly everywhere, and the drug use is blatant." And in just the past month, one of the most infamous spots for drug trade, MacArthur Park in Los Angeles, was raided by federal authorities, recovering enough fentanyl to kill every person in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Fox News contributor Mark Thiessen joins us now. Why'd they pick on Virginia?
So they were able to actually get all the fentanyl off the streets. Really? Holy crap.
Virginia. I mean, there's just as many people in New Jersey. You know? I don't know. But it's a close heat going into today's
that's
vote.
insane, dude.
But what's interesting is when you look at the latest polls coming into this, Karen Bass had stayed flat since March. Nithya Raman and Spencer Pratt had surged 8 points and were within easy spitting distance of Bass, and everybody knows. It's about momentum. It's about intensity when you go into an election.
The American people are finally saying, F you. F you for enabling all this stupid drug use, dude. That's what's happening. People are waking up.
Absolutely. This is a test of whether blue cities and blue states can be saved. If Spencer Pratt and Steve Hilton can't win this election, then it's hopeless for these regions. And I'll tell you, it's a difficult challenge because the trend in major blue cities has not been good. If you look at Chicago, they had Lori Lightfoot and they replaced her with someone worse in Brandon Johnson. In New York, we've got an Islamic radical communist in Mamdani. In Seattle, you got socialist Katie Wilson. In Boston, you got leftist Michelle Wu. This would really buck the trend. I mean, they can. I think there's a very good chance that they're going to get into the runoff. But whether California has enough voters who have not left the state, have not voted with their feet, going to California and going to Texas, I mean, going to Florida and Texas, is an open question.
I want to read for everyone this Wall Street Journal contributor detailing a trip that he made to MacArthur Park in Los Angeles. And he said this: "I saw hundreds of addicts, many hunched over while standing up like waxwork men melting in the sun. Men and women injected themselves in plain view. A group were piled onto a prone..."
That is so screwed up, dude. The more I hear about this, the more I'm just like, dude, hell no. Hell no. No way.
Body, fists flailing, beating the victim to a pulp. A man tried to wrestle a
crazy.
Canada goose while a woman defecated at the edge of the park's lake. The squalor was breathtaking. And this is every day. I mean, we hear about this constantly. What does it say to you to have a woman who's an incumbent, who has a union backing her, who has the governor backing her, and right now she's splitting the vote evenly when it...
Yeah. Here's what's happening. Even in Mayor Bass's live stream, somebody died behind her of a fentanyl overdose. Isn't that crazy? Allegedly. This is happening. You can't deny how screwed up LA is. And if you do deny it, I feel bad for you, dude. It's so obvious, even from an outside perspective, that LA has a drug problem. It has a fentanyl and super meth problem.
It comes to the latest polls with someone who is...
And by the way, noticing that LA has a problem is not racist. It's not a bad thing. The Democrats will gaslight you and tell you that it's wrong to notice problems. But there's a problem. No, I'm pissed. Tiny Lion Gaming, I'm pissed. It actually, it deeply saddens me. It pisses me off, man. I really don't like seeing people suffer. I don't like seeing animals suffer. I don't like seeing people suffer. Like, it blows my mind. Like, it's sick. It's disgusting. But let's keep going.
An outsider.
Yeah, well, first of all, this is in the MacArthur Park that inspired Donna Summer to write one of the greatest disco anthems of the 70s. It's fallen a long way since back then. I mean, and not only that, here's a question for you. Where is PETA? Because the PETA is headquartered in Los Angeles. One of the things, I think it was in that piece they were talking about, is that what they're doing is they're injecting dogs with fentanyl to see if the fentanyl is safe.
That is so terrible. You guys, they're injecting dogs, dude. That's sick. It's disgusting. It's fucked up. I think most people in LA are pissed. I think most people look at Karen Bass and say, you know what? Get the fuck out of here. We don't want you. We'd rather have Spencer Pratt. That's exactly what's happening. People are pissed. People are pissed.
That's why these homeless people in these places keep the dogs. How are leftists in Los Angeles okay with this kind of animal abuse in their midst, much less the squalor that they're living in? I remember going to California last year and driving.
There should be a rule in LA that if you're homeless and you have a dog, you no longer have the right to have that dog. Because of all the shit that's happening. Or better yet, if you're homeless and you have a dog, you need to get drug tested. If you have drugs in your system and you have a dog, you're not allowed to have that dog. Period.
Driving, there's a big avenue going down to the highway, and it's littered with 1970s campers. And they're all in the parking spots. And this is their solution to homelessness: is if you get them out of MacArthur Park, put them in a 70s camper. Can you imagine having a restaurant or a store on one of those
That's
streets
crazy.
and trying to make a living while these homeless people are living in like immobile campers? It's terrible.
MacArthur Park is melting in the dark.
It is,
all the
literally.
Sweet green icing flowing. That was originally recorded by Richard Harris.
Was it really?
And Canada's.
America's becoming a third world country, dude. It's becoming a shit show.
It's one of the worst songs. You would know. Canada's one of the worst songs ever recorded. Karen Bass on Spencer Pratt points out, well, he's never really had a real job. Listen to what she said.
Somebody who walks in and understand he went through a tragedy and he's very angry with that. I understand that.
Yeah.
But what did he do before? He was a TV villain.
Yeah.
And I think that his main goal is to be famous. And he's more famous now.
You know, the irony is, Karen, he may have been a TV villain, but you're a real life villain. You're the real life villain. That's the irony about all this. The real life villain. And by the way, Spencer Pratt's not a bad guy, but I think you are.
Now than he was on his reality show, and I don't think we should do that on our backs.
All right, her background, she was a physician's assistant and a community organizer before joining the state legislature in 2002.
Yeah, the professional politicians are doing such a great job in California that we really don't want any outsiders coming in and take it over.
Like, I'm not going to lie, I'm so mad that
want an
I'm kind of
outsider.
shaking
this is
right
California we're talking about.
I hope so. But
I think what angers me is the whole dogs. What they're doing to those poor dogs, dude. It's fucking terrible.
This is the problem. So this is bad news for California, but good news for the Republican Party. Yeah. When you get to the 2030 census, there will have been so many people who have left blue states for red states that the blue states are projected to lose 14 congressional seats and 10 electoral college votes after the 2030 census because of absolutely abysmal blue state governance. What that means is that the blue wall in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin is gone. The Democrats will not be able to win the presidency by holding the blue wall. They'll have to flip a red-leaning swing state in order to win the presidency. So they're going to pay a heavy price for their bad governance. They might want to elect Spencer Pratt.
All right, so the other big political news today is that Graham Plattner, Senate candidate on the Democratic side from Maine, is here in Washington, D.C., trying to win back over support from Democrats. Bernie Sanders standing by his man, saying this: people can't afford health care, can't afford groceries, can't afford to...
I can't believe Bernie Sanders is backing Plattner. I can, but Bernie's probably getting a lot of shit for this, dude.
Gas in their cars, and I think it might be a good idea if we focused on the important issues facing the working families of Maine and this country rather than the peccadillos of Graham Plattner. Bernie Sanders, of course, a member of the proletariat who flies private because he doesn't want to stand in line with the rest of us at United Airlines.
Yep.
Not sure he's the best messenger.
No, you referred to him in the intro as a lying homophobic anti-Semite. You forgot.
Oh, that wasn't me. I was quoting Sonny Austin.
Quoting.
Sonny Austin at the beginning.
Well, I'm happy to say it, and I'll add cheating sleazeball to that litany of things. But here's what's really concerning. Everybody's focusing on the adultery, and it's kind of interesting that in Texas they're telling us you can't vote for Paxton because he's an adulterer, but in Maine the Democrats are saying you have to vote for the adulterer because we got to get out
different
Susan Collins.
Yeah, it's obviously levels of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy exists with everybody. But this is crazy. They're really gonna... Yeah,
for different folks.
But he wasn't using
the Democrats
Tinder or
had the high
Bumble
ground,
or Hinge.
but they never do.
That he was using an app called Kix. Kix has been identified by the National Center for Sexual Exploitation as a child sex predator's paradise. CBS News called it a notorious destination for child sex exploitation. 6 in 10 of the users are aged 13 to 24. So now we have no evidence that he was talking to underage girls, but why was he on Kix instead of Bumble or some of these other apps? It is a place that people go to speak to underage people. And so
Kicks are for kids.
Kicks are for well,
And
apparently
maybe it's
they
a
are.
question that Cory Booker can ask him today.
That
while
would
he's
be a
on
good
the Hill,
idea. That would be a good question.
There's some serious questions to be
But
asked of him.
we need to find out. He needs to answer some questions about why were you on this app, who you're talking to, because that's where people go to talk to underage girls.
Cory Booker, unlike Bernie Sanders, counts as a skeptic. Graham Plattner. So
good for him.
See where all this goes. Mark, it's always great to catch up with you.
Great to be on with you.
So much fun with you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Now this.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
I mean, this is crazy, man. This is wild. But yeah, dude, Spencer Pratt Day, dude. Larson Christopher says LA is doomed if Bass continues. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. If Bass continues to be their mayor, cooked. It's cooked. It's cooked. But we'll see what happens, man. I still think Spencer Pratt's going to kick ass, dude. I'm not a big fan of Newsmax, but we're going to watch this report.
Lieutenant Governor of California, Gloria Romero, founder of Zeus Political Index, Patrick Alaco, also with us, former Republican Lieutenant Governor for California, Abel Maldonado. Pleasure to have all three of you here. Let's do this. I want to bring up this California Post poll. Can we have that real quick?
Well, you doing all right, Brony? Hold on. So, Tiny Lion Gaming said he almost... Oh, you got hit with a bunch of steam. Damn, dude.
Quick, guys. There it is. Spencer Pratt looks like he's in the lead. I don't think anyone saw this coming today, but that is the case.
So let's see. Donnell Hall says liberals call us Nazis, yet Soros. Here's the thing. Democrats don't... Here's the thing about the Democrats. They don't actually hate the Nazis. They want to be them. They don't hate the police. They want to be the police. Democrats are the party of projection, baby. That's all you need to know. Anyway, no, Pratt's going to win. No, I think Pratt's going to win. I have, obviously I have no data to back this up. My instincts tell me that Pratt's going to win. There has been minimal positivity towards Karen Bass throughout all this.
Case, Abel, want to get your take on how much do you trust that poll we're looking at right now?
Well, I'm very hopeful, Bob, obviously, because I think Spencer Pratt is speaking at the right time and he's talking about the right issues. He made it very clear. A vote for Rahman is a vote for, it's vote against change. And he was very clear. I mean, he's been authentic.
I mean, Nithya Rahman, in my opinion, is no different than Karen Bass. Basically the same person. You're just getting Bass 2.0, and it's nothing anybody should want. You know what I mean? It's like... That's just the truth.
And Spencer's been on message. He made it very clear just this morning. This vote is about keeping it the same. Drugs, people walking around like zombies, high gas, high housing. I mean, I can go on and on and on, Bob. This is a change election, and Angelenos have an opportunity to change the direction of where their city is going. Same thing with the California governor's race, Bob and Katrina.
That's what I was going to ask you about, Gloria, the governor's race, of course. Do you think that we should see Bianco drop out?
Well, I think ultimately it's going to be up to the voters to choose who they want to drop out. The call has been put out to him to consolidate the vote. I've urged a consolidated ticket. He has chosen not to drop out, so that's his right. It's going to be up to the voters. But that issue of the lack of consolidation is actually something that has plagued the entire Republican ticket, where not only in the governor's race, but in many other tight races for Republicans to advance into the runoff.
I am excited to see what the results are going to be. I just think that there's more people who are excited about Spencer Pratt than they are about Karen Bass. And you could just kind of tell the enthusiasm kind of leans towards Pratt. That's why I think he's going to get a good amount of the vote. I really do. I don't think a lot of people like Karen Bass. I think that they felt like Karen Bass betrayed LA in a lot of ways. And in all honesty, I can't say I blame them. In a lot of ways, I do feel like their anger is a little bit justified. Quite a bit justified. You know?
Are multiple candidates. Ultimately, it's democracy. People are going to have to choose on their own.
Yeah, even here in New York City, I was going to say that was a big discussion when Zoran Mamdani won mayor. A lot of people calling for Curtis Sliwa to drop out. Obviously, he did not, and we know how things ended up.
And we are where we are here in the Big Apple. Patrick, let's bring you in. You're the pollster. Honest pollster, I might add. What are your numbers telling you? What's it look like?
So the last poll in the field is the one you cited, which is our friends, the McLaughlin brothers. And if you look before that, what they're seeing is the late-breaking numbers in the race. So I do trust their poll. And we're showing the same thing, that advancing will be in the mayor's race. You're going to have both Pratt and Bass will advance to the final ballot in November. And if you want me to comment on the governor's race?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, folks.
So we're hopeful in that one as well. I think this is a race where you actually have the president endorsing twice, and you had him endorsing back in April and reinforcing that endorsement in the last couple of days. And I think the appeal by Hilton is sincere, that we really need the backing of all Republicans to get him across the finish line. We love a photo finish, so we're calling for Hilton to move forward, leaning towards Becerra in second, and of course Steyer spending $200 million combined.
I mean, it is interesting to see who's going to win the governor's race. For sure. I think it's going to be fascinating.
By a lot of votes, he's chomping at the heels.
Abel, of course, there's a lot of optimism within Republican circles in California and also across the country. But do you really genuinely believe, as a former lieutenant governor of California, that as much as Californians say they want change, they don't want things to stay as they are, they simply can't? Do you think they're willing to actually go into that voting booth or fill out that mail-in ballot and actually make the decision, even if it means changing their party?
Katrina, that's the $1 million question. You hit the nail on the head with that question. That is, do you...
Basically, are Democrats dumb enough to keep voting Democrat? Yeah, they probably are. But I'm praying. I'm praying for a change. Oh, we got Steve Kornacki, or whatever his name is. He's an interesting fellow.
It is primary day in 6 states, with millions of voters from New Jersey to Iowa to California casting their ballots today. Some of the most closely watched contests are in the Golden State. The crowded field of candidates running to succeed Gavin Newsom as governor. The top 2 candidates, regardless of party, will move on to November's general election. That race was roiled by sexual assault allegations against one of the frontrunners, former Congressman Eric Swalwell, who dropped out of the race in April. In Iowa, meanwhile, Democrats will decide between moderate Josh Turek and progressive Zach Walz as they try to flip retiring Senator Joni Ernst's seat. On the Republican side, President Trump has endorsed Congresswoman Ashley Hinson, who is facing former state Senator Jim Carlin. So for more on how to watch tonight's results in California and elsewhere, I'm joined now by NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki at the big board. Well, where
big old Kornacki kicking butt. He's kind of a dweeb, but let's let him.
We'll be spending much of tonight. Steve, thank you so much for joining us here. Let's start in New Jersey, where a congressman who's been out of sight for months will be on the ballot tonight. Why don't you walk us through what to expect tonight?
Yeah, this is the 7th district here in New Jersey, and on the Republican side here, you mentioned it is Tom Kean Jr. unopposed for the Republican nomination here. But of course, Kean has not been seen now in some time publicly. Questions about his health. He has promised to have some disclosure here in the near future. We'll see what awaits after this primary. But meanwhile, on the Democratic side, this is the race in that district. Rebecca Bennett, a former Navy helicopter pilot, actually a biography there on the surface, similar a bit to Mikey Sherrill, the governor of New Jersey now, who previously was a congresswoman from the nearby 11th district. You see the opponents here for Bennett. The polling has put Bennett in the lead right here. The county organizations in this district, the Democratic organizations in New Jersey, they've been weakened in recent years. They used to have a ton of clout in these primaries. They still have some clout, and most of them have endorsed Bennett here. So Bennett, I think, goes into tonight as the favorite. If she does emerge, or whoever emerges, this obviously a very closely watched race in November. This is a district. Take a look at this. Donald Trump carried the district by a single point in 2024. And in that governor's race last November, Mikey Sherrill running as the Democratic candidate, she won this district. She won it narrowly, only by 2 points. So Trump won it by 1, Sherrill won it by 2. Kean, there's the question surrounding him as the Republican candidate. It's going to be very closely watched after tonight, certainly tonight and after tonight, all the way to November.
Well, Steve, there's a lot to watch really across the country. Let's turn now to California. Several key races we'll be following there. Everybody seems to be looking at what's happening out west.
Yeah, start there with the governor's race here. So a couple, I think, 2 main questions tonight as we await the results here in California. 11 o'clock Eastern, polls close. These are the 3 candidates: Tom Steyer, a Democrat; Javier Becerra, a Democrat; and Steve Hilton, a Republican, who tend to be 1, 2, 3 in the polling here. Excuse me. I'm sorry for that. A little bit of water here. They tend to be 1, 2, 3, but the question is, what order, if they do finish 1, 2, 3, will it be? Because remember, California, top 2 primary. So the top 2 advance to the general election. Becerra, Steyer, if they go 1, 2, Republicans would be locked out here. And the second piece of suspense here, Gabe, pardon me, with this race is, again, I apologize here. Second piece of suspense with this race is, will we even know tonight? Because California can be a slow vote counting state. The initial vote, the first half, will come in very quickly. But after that, if this is not resolved tonight, could be days, could be even up to a week.
I'm kind of more interested. I think I'm not really interested in the governor's race because I don't think Republicans actually stand a chance in the governor's race right now. But I'm more interested in the mayoral race for LA. Spencer Pratt, dude. The Pratt man. I'm excited and I'm very curious to see what the result ends up being with Mr. Pratt, dude. I think it's going to be amazing. Amazing.
Somebody get that man some water. Steve Kornacki. It's going to be a busy night for you. If you got enough juice in you, we can turn to Iowa. But if you need us to let you go to grab a drink of water, all good.
Happy to do Iowa. The cough just helped. So here in Iowa, look, if Democrats, the backdrop for this is if Democrats are going to get control of the Senate, it's a very uphill fight, but they're going to have to do it, among other things, winning at least 2 states that Trump carried by double digits. Iowa is one of those states that Democrats would like to put in play, but it's a tall order. Trump carried it, as you can see here, by 13 points in 2024, nearly 10 back in 2020 as he lost nationally. Here's the dynamic. Josh Turek, he's a state legislator from the western part of the state, Pottawatomie County out by Council Bluffs. His district that he represents actually voted for Trump. National Democrats, Chuck Schumer, for instance, want Turek as their candidate here. They feel he gives them a chance in a very, pro-Trump state. Zach Walz is his opponent, is running against Chuck Schumer, it seems sometimes as much as Turek, saying he doesn't want Chuck Schumer to continue as the Senate leader. Now, he is a state senator who represents part of Johnson County. It's where the University of Iowa is. It's actually literally the most liberal, most Democratic state Senate district in Iowa. So quite a contrast there in terms of the districts these candidates come from. Again.
Oh, hey, we got Jim from Yager's Farm in the house. Yoggers is saying, Mr. Jim is saying, Trump is pissed at Netanyahu. Let's see, Biden got us in a civil war, as did Obama. Oh, damn. I could see that. And then Tiny Line Gaming earlier said, this is a real problem. Democrats will cheat. Yeah, I can understand that. I could see where you're coming from, TLG. I understand. But yeah, that's what Jim is saying. I don't know. I mean, I can't really blame any one specific person. Look, the political divide that's happening in the United States, I think it's all of our faults. The thing is, so many people wear their political identity, their political alignment as their identity. And that's the problem. I'll admit, when it comes to my political alignment, I'm pretty anti-Democrat at this point. I'm independent, I guess you could say, but I don't vote Democrat. That's it. Yeah, and that's the problem with Democrats is they believe in open borders majority of the time, and I think that's a no-go. We should never have open borders, period, end of story. I think open borders is such a low IQ policy. That's one of the reasons why the Democrats lost. It's one of the major reasons because Americans felt like there was no border security. None.
And national Democrats, they think a candidate like Turek puts it more in play, but Walz has been pitching his message at that Democratic base. If he wins, the question after tonight would be, can he win a statewide? He has not won in a district like that. We'll put it that way.
Oh, Steve Kornacki, thank you for breaking it all down for us.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the
Well, I love it, man. I love it. So let's take a look at the chats real quick. So Jim is saying close them. Yep. Got ya. See, just taking a look at some of the chats here. No, I do want to thank you guys. Thank you, Tiny Lion Gaming, for the super chat. Thank you guys for the gifts as well. Appreciate it. This was a hell of a stream. Very successful. Honestly, one of the more successful streams we've had in a long time. Just mainly because all it took was adjusting the audio bitrate to lowering it down to 192 instead of 256 to make it more accommodating for live streaming. So we did it. We were pretty much remaining as compliant as possible with the recommended standards on here, and we're kicking butt, dude. I love it, man. But no, I really do want to thank you guys for just being so incredible. You guys make the show. You guys make the show go round, man. I think we'll probably end the stream here in just a second, but not just yet. If anybody wants to send any gifts or super chats, gifts and super chats really do help the channel grow in a lot of ways. So if you guys have gifts or super chats you want to throw my way, it really does help. Let's see if we have one more video that we could react to before we call it quits for the day. Let's see here, man. But yeah, what are your guys' predictions, though? Do you guys think that Spencer Pratt's going to win? I think he will. Everything's going crazy, man. Now, we're not done just yet. We're not done just yet. I think I'm gonna try to react to one more video. I'm going to try. Oh, no way. This is kind of cool. So ChatGPT versus Grok can make Doom. Wow. So
ChatGPT versus...
So they basically had AI recreate Doom, and these are the results.
Is Grok. Let's see who can make the best Doom clone in just 1 hour. All right, so we're gonna start off with GPT-5. Before we get to making the game, we're gonna have to generate all of the 3D models. And in order to do that, we're gonna be using Rodin Gen 2. The first model we're gonna generate is a pistol. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT to generate an image of it, and then we can plug that into Rodin. Okay, so here's what it made for the pistol. Let's go ahead and download this.
Cool.
Then we can just go ahead and toss this into Rodin, and then just press generate. All right, perfect. So this is the mesh it made for the pistol. Now we just press the confirm button right here. Dang, son. This is actually super good. Now we can generate the imp. All right, so here's what it made for the imp. Definitely doesn't look too accurate. I feel like it's missing a couple of things. Like it doesn't have spikes or anything. Anyways, you can go ahead and download this, drag it into Rodin. Bro, it's actually so clean with these generations. Like this is such like a...
That's cool that they could... I will say this. That's really neat that you can take a 2D image and have AI generate a 3D model through Hyper 3D. That looks really tight. Hell yeah.
Perfect looking model. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and download this. All right, so now we have to generate the fireball that he shoots out of his mouth. All right, this one should be pretty interesting to see how it like makes this into a 3D model. All right, this isn't bad. Now it's time for the Kako demon. So it decided to give it 2 arms.
That's kind of sick, actually.
And 2 eyes. A mid. Plus mid. Put the script into the work with that. Now we can start working on set up a little scene first.
Oh, wait,
so start off by
using?
copying this code, and then we can just paste it into the script. Before we actually put the script into the game, we're gonna have to set up a...
Well, I'm curious though, like what program is he using? So he's typing this into GPT. That's cool.
Be the first prompt.
Oh, he's using Unity. Okay, so the prompt he's asking GPT is, I'm making a Doom game in Unity 3D. I need to make all the codes, starting off with the first-person character controller and the ability
Laugh
to
out loud.
look around.
MAGA remembers all your insults at the polls.
Oh, Jason Beatrice, thank you so much for the super chat, my brony bro. Appreciate you, man. Everybody give a shout out to Jason Beatrice saying Mega remembers all your insults to the polls. Yep, absolutely. Hunted.
Be the first prompt. So boom, send that, and I'm gonna start the 1 hour timer. So start off by copying this code.
Hey, thank you again, Mr. Jason Beatrice. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, and that's the thing. You know, Democrats don't realize how many Republican voters they create by being mean to people who disagree with them. Because if you're like, if you're obviously a Democrat and you're obviously being a dick to somebody for them slightly agreeing with you, they're just going to make it their mission in life to vote the complete opposite of what you voted for. One of the reasons I'm anti-Democrat is because I've ran into so many insufferable Democrat voters in my life, and I can't stand them. So I just vote against them. Simple as that.
We can just paste it into the script. Before we actually put the script into the game, we're gonna have to set up a little scene first. All right, so there we go. We have a nice little area to work with now. So now I can go ahead and drag the script onto the player and do what ChatGPT told me to do right here. We should be set. Oh my gosh, the sensitivity is so low, but it's definitely working. Okay, so with that out of the way, we can add.
Unity 3D is a pretty cool engine from what I've seen. I've considered actually getting a Unity license, and in developing a game, I was thinking I should probably learn a thing or two about Unity first. So I was thinking about getting like an ebook or something about Unity, and it'd be fun to make a game. I think it'd be hilariously fun to make a game, especially nowadays. I'm shitty at 3D modeling. I could kind of do it, but I'm not a good artist. So having AI create the 3D models for me would actually be very helpful. But yeah, other than that, creating the game engine creating an engine within an engine would be interesting. It'd be tough work, but I do like the fact that Unity 3D is really good at keeping the framework that you need throughout all of it. I think it's fantastic.
Add shooting. This will be my prompt. It made a health script for all of the enemies so they can receive damage from the bullets. And this is the shooting script it made. I'm gonna copy paste these into the game and then set up the pistol for the player. So now I'm gonna drag in the pistol. Oh my gosh, it's massive. Let's scale it down to like a proper size here. So now let's position it on the camera properly so it looks nice. Uh-oh, frick, I gotta attach it to the camera, hold up. There we go. We are now equipped with a weapon. Now we just have to add in one of the enemies to test if it's actually working. So we can use the imp for that. Hey, yo! And I'll give him like 100 health. Okay, so we should take 5 hits to kill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so now we can do the player health system. And there's the timer's up. That's pretty unfortunate. ChatGPT had to go over the time limit. But I still want to see if this works, of course. Okay, so I just set up the spawner, and now we should have a complete game here. Whoa, what is... Whoa. Once. Okay, before we move on to for this one, really good. Like, that's almost identical. All right, fine. Generated for it. Models now. So I'm going to use this prompt to start the one that is shooting scripts. So all we have to do is... They disappeared. 2, 3, yeah. All right, so now that we got the imp, all right, this is it. Oh, okay. If it gets close enough, does it do damage? Oh yeah, it does. Yes, it worked first try. All right, bet. So we didn't have enough time to make an enemy spawner. So what I'm just gonna do is just like place these around the scene, and this will be the.
Well, that's kind of a cool concept. I got to admit that was a really neat concept using ChatGPT and Grok to do that. All right, let's take a look here. Hey, thank you guys for subscribing to the channel, though. Don't forget to tap the subscribe button in the upper right-hand corner, as it does help the channel grow in more ways than one. Well, hey, we got Dark City in the house. What's up, Dark City? Let's see, we got Patriots Play Xbox. Let's see. Magic Man, what's going on? So we're probably going to end the stream here in just a few moments. We've been streaming for quite a bit, so I'm kind of a little bit tired. But I do want to thank you guys for tuning in. I think you know, I'll be streaming a little bit later, of course, but yeah, I think I'm going to end the stream for now. Just a little bit tired, little winded. I got to drink some water anyway, but I do want to thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys want to send a super chat or a gift, feel free to do that now before we end the stream. I'll give you guys a few seconds. If you guys want to get a little last minute notoriety in, you'll get your super chat or your gift highlighted and on the screen and stuff. I'll give you a shout out. But yeah, I love giving you guys shout outs. It's pretty fun, man. I love it. So we're going to end the stream in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, guys. See you later. Boop. Yeah, like I said, I'm tired. I've been streaming for about 4 hours and 27 minutes, so I'll be streaming a little bit later, though. Don't you guys worry. Unless I just get too tired and don't stream at all. That could happen, too. But anyway, I'll catch you guys later, and to all, a good night.